feel like it hasn't been that long, but it feels like forever.
We went through the whole Thanksgiving rigmarole.
That's true.
Uh, Takes a toll.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. When last we saw the Trollskull Six, they had traveled their way to the free city of Amnoon, on the coast of the Crystal Desert in the furthest northern reaches of the region known as Elona. Uh, Upon arriving, you found a city somewhat in distress. Some of the political situations around conflict with uh, uh, the Free City and the forces of the Lich King Palawajoko's kingdom to the south, as well as an organization called the Order of the Sun Spears that are claiming to be protectors and defenders who want to fight against Palawajoko, are both vying for Amnoon's allegiance and support in exchange for defending them against increasingly dangerous raids by branded minions of Kralkatorrik, who seems to have awakened and is apparently scouring the desert in search of something. The Trollskull Six were introduced to Captain Rahim of the local Cavaliers, the name of the city guard, and then taken to the council chambers of the Amnoon ruling council, where Traherne and Captain Ellen Keel began to discuss diplomatic relations with them. After getting a bit of information from Chief Counselor Iman, the Trollskull Six split up, and several of you went to browse through the vast marketplace of the Free City, while two of you, I believe Kalla and Berty, proceeded to the Grand Sahil casino. We open now as Kalla and Bertie, you approach this building, and it's basically a ziggurat. It's a fairly large, sort of stepped pyramid shape. It's a pretty large square footprint, but there's a first level and a second level, and it gets like progressively more narrow towards the top. There are two massive doors set into a kind of like a little alcove on the outside on the main street, where you can see this very colorful arched entrance flanked by a pair of palm trees, a string of colorful pennants and ribbons and little lights kind of hung across the archway's top, and the name Grand Sahil is engraved in the stone over the plinth that kind of holds up the top of the arch there. The doors themselves are closed, and there are two cavaliers, two city guardsmen standing outside in their bright sort of yellow and orange tunics with blue sashes. They're sort of white turbaned with sort of bronze helmets with a little metal spike in the center, snugly pulled over their dark hair. Each of them holds a spear, and as you approach, they just kind of look at you as you approach, watching as the two of you arrive. They kind of look at Kalla a little questioningly, kind of give you the once-over, nod, and they each turn and pull the doors towards you, opening onto the bright sunny street. And you see inside, the interior is darker. It's a little difficult to see, but as you make your way to the doors, you see that it opens into a large kind of foyer or lobby area. There are a couple of thin pillars, marble pillars on either side, holding up the ceiling. Pretty wide square room with a set of matching double doors on the far side that are flung open. You can see beyond like the hustle and bustle of crowds. There are many people, the noise of speaking, of drinking and making merry, the cheers and the groans of gambling, bits of music. Immediately to your left is a L-shaped desk with what looks like a concierge standing there in bright colored silks. It's a youngish man, dark tan skin, long black hair pulled back in a loose tail. and just behind him on the left wall is what looks like a counter that opens into an area behind that desk, and small doors adjacent to that counter seems to lead kind of back into a back area. As the two of you enter, the young man turns towards you, stands up from his seat, the L-shaped counter kind of coming up to about waist high, and he says, "Aha! Hi, my friends. Welcome to the Grand Sahil. You are not Elonian. Welcome to our humble establishment. Would you care to exchange some coins for gambling chips, or would you rather proceed directly in and find a table at which to dine?"
I am a bit peckish. We'll take a table for two, I think.
Very well. Is this your first time at the Grand Sahil?
It is.
Yes.
It is. Yes, we're not locals, but we're very excited to be here. We've heard fantastic things.
He steps around the short bit of the L, and you can see that he's wearing what looks like a very well-tailored silk vest. He has no shirt on underneath it, but he is immaculately smooth skin with perfect complexion, very very darkly like caramel tanned, a pair of silk pants that run down to a pair of matched silk slippers. The slippers
Mm,
themselves are like a sort of lapis blue. The pants
yeah.
themselves are a brighter sort of orangish color, and the vest itself is a lapis that matches the shoes with gold sort of filigree on it. He steps out and takes a dramatic sort of ceremonial bow from the waist very deeply, and he looks at you, Kalla, and says, "It is not often we get one of your people, the Char from the far north. You are especially welcome. You will have to pardon our guests if they give you any sidelong looks. It is very rare that we see one of your people here. And you, sir, are." And he takes a moment, kind of studies you for a second. "If I were to guess, I would say Ascalonian."
Well, I'm charming, but I'm that as well.
"Indeed, Sahib. A table for two, then."
Yes, please. We'd love some food.
Excellent. He takes a couple steps to the open door and claps twice, and you see this sort of short-ish, like about 5'5", similar like tan skin, rich, thick, wavy, dark black hair woman, very scantily clad in silks, barefoot, but with like the thin like gold chain jewels around the ankle that's chained down to the toes. All sort of red silk with gold accents. Turn around, you can see there's little glints of gold and look like precious red stones in her hair. She turns around, she has a tray with what look like a little hors d'oeuvres or something on it.
Mm.
"Yes, a table for two, dear. Please, somewhere near the stage, I think. First timers." Of course, please, follow me."
I'll flip this guy a platinum coin, um, and I'll just say, oh, and if we could start with something bubbly too, that would be perfect.
He looks, he catches it, and it just like almost vanishes in his hand. Like it
Yeah,
doesn't, you don't even register like him looking at it. It's just sort of like, and it's gone. I, Naomi, something refreshing, please.
thank you.
Of course. Please, this way." She leads you into
Perfect.
a massive room, uh, about 20-foot high ceilings. You're in a space that proceeds left and right from you. To the right is a wide open, um, like a stage area. There is a stage along the right-hand wall that goes down quite a ways. It's a very tall stage. The roof there opens up into a 50-foot high ceiling, and you can just make out overhead there is a second floor balcony that kind of looks out over this area. In front of the stage is an array of round tables with bits of candle and assorted, people sitting all around them with trays of food in various dispositions. It's a vaguely rectangular shaped area that proceeds down that left wall, um, and the far side has what look like booths that run along the south wall and then up towards you along the left hand side. And that's all off to your right in this massive sort of entertainment and dining space. To your left, the hall kind of stretches down quite a ways, and you can see a long mirror along the north wall to your left. Directly in front of the mirror, there are 3 tables where it looks like a card game of some sort is being played. But all down the center of this long space is a recessed area. It drops down about 2 or 3 feet with a couple of short, shallow steps, where you see a lot of tables arrayed in parallel next to each other. Each one has a dealer, and there are people standing around them, or some like standing or sitting on stools in various heights. They are also playing cards. And at the far extreme is a single, long, very narrow table with a cluster of people around it cheering and a roulette wheel. As you look over the recessed area, there's a bar. It's a sort of U-shaped bar, kind of facing you. There's a couple of people behind it serving drinks. Every now and then they reach up and they pull down a glass that's been hung upside down on a little rack over top, and they're filling it with a variety of what looks like wines and liquors. A couple of big barrels behind them. Occasionally they go and pull a tap and fill one with ale. And as you begin to follow this waitress forward, you can see just to the left of the bar, kind of further down near the roulette table, but further south, there appear to be a couple of doors on the wall that are all closed, and there's one big archway that is wide open with 2 guards standing outside it, and you can see a cluster of more gambling tables inside. It seems like that area has kind of been set aside for some purpose. The waitress begins to lead you through the crowd, sort of weaving in between servers. She takes you kind of behind the circular tables that are sitting in front of the stage and finds you like a nice little secluded booth. So as you sit down, you can see out into this area where people are eating, and you can see the stage. She just gestures for you to have a seat, and she turns and says, "I'll be right back. Excuse me." Kind of walk off for a little bit.
So, Kalla, what's our? How much have I told you about this? You agreed really fast to help with this thing, and frankly, I don't know that much, right? It's something about like a painting, you know.
What do
Uh,
you mean you don't know much? Does Alexa
I
like
would say
who
that the
knows what we're
details.
doing?
So this is all stage whisper, right? Like I don't want this like
Hmm.
this is
It
this is an in
it is
hushed tones in the back
very
corner, very loud.
it is
Yeah,
very loud in this room. The ambient volume
yeah,
is pretty high.
yeah. Um, but well, so an associate, we'll say,
Mm.
wink, um, has some kind of a beef with like the guy who owns this joint, right?
Mm.
And wants to send a message by way of stealing some valuable magical painting, just to show that, like, you know, you're not untouchable, I guess, and then to start some kind of like negotiation to like, I guess, absorb the operation that's going on here in the Free City, apparently growing a little too quick, too fast. Too successful too quickly. So that's where this is pretty much at. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Um, how much are we getting paid?
Um, I think it's like a anything else we find kind of deal, but
Mm.
the guy's pretty rich, so we could make out with quite a sum. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
So in turn, yeah, I mean, Seems pretty straightforward. I mean, getting into where this guy lives
Mm.
might be a bit of a concern.
It's in his
Um,
house.
I think it's in
Lives
his
here,
house,
or
which
does he live here?
I think I remember hearing that he lives above the casino. I want to say I'm looking through my notes and it's not popping out at me, but
Don't think you
I
asked where he
feel like
lived.
I think we
yeah.
did. He
Does he
lived in
not?
the Grand Sahil, I thought.
Didn't he live above the Grand Sahil? If we haven't asked that, maybe.
I was to say, I feel like that was what we learned.
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, maybe we need to find that out. Yeah, I don't see any notes about it, and I've actually kept some notes, so.
I'll do a control F.
Yeah, so. And, you know, from what it sounds like, what we talked with the counselors, the guy, Zalambur, is like a bit tied in with some shady figures, anyways, so I don't really feel bad. Uh, that's all the justification I
Yeah.
need. Uh, So yeah, I was thinking there's a couple approaches here, right? I mean, there's like the Kalla approach, right? Just like sneak in to where if we gotta find out where he lives. I can't imagine it's that hard. Um, find like the biggest estate or something,
Mm.
and then just sneak in under cover of night. Um, I figure I've Galatar and Kitri are like aware in a sense. I've really skewed some perceptions, I think, but I think if we tell Galatar that like we need some research done on this, and he'll just be gone for that. Um, I was thinking the Birdie way though. When you go into these casinos, they have these table limits, right? Now, Free City might be a little different, but I'm very good at gambling, and if you start winning too much too fast, in like an unnatural
Yeah.
sort of way, it can draw some attention. Rather large sums. That could be a way to get at least in to the conversation on the radar, perhaps. I don't know. Any thoughts here?
If I look around this place, how many guards are there in the casino?
With your passive perception, as you look around, in the area that you can see, there are about 5 or 6 cavaliers.
Mm.
They're wearing the garb of the
Mm.
Amnoon City Watch. A couple of them are kind of moving periodically, like doing rounds. Most of them are standing stock still, alert but not like stiff at attention, just kind of keeping an eye on things.
And did you say, is there like a stairwell, or like does it appear to be like upper floors of this, or is it all just on one large main floor?
You also have high perception. As you're looking at the
I do.
stage, to the left of the stage, so on the far south side, there is a stairwell that kind of ascends into darkness.
Does it look like they have any guards besides the Cavaliers? Like,
As you look around this area, you see that you can easily discern who is an employee and who is not. The staff here all have the sort of either blue and gold color scheme of the concierge, or the sort of scarlet silk, very scantily clad dress of the servers. Like all the women have the same cut of clothing, even down to like what's in their hair. It's kind of weird. You see them, you see cavaliers. With your perception looking around, you don't see anyone else that appears to be working for the casino.
okay.
And
There's
at
also,
this
I mean,
time, you see
okay.
that there are about 4 Alonian men that make their way out from one corner behind the curtain of this stage. They take up their seats, these 4 little stools in a corner, and each one has a different instrument. One of them picks up like a brass horn and starts to play a little fanfare. And part of the curtain parts, and you see this figure emerge who defines opulence. He's got a round belly. He's fairly tall. A head of thick, oily-looking black hair slicked back. A big, well-groomed beard that kind of comes to a point. He is dripping with gold chains, jewels. It's just draping off of his arms. He has gorgeous silk robes that kind of drag the ground a little bit. What looks like an odd mixture of Elonian silk fashion and almost like a Crichton-inspired formal shirt. It's a very eclectic kind of mix of style, but the whole thing just screams, I have more money than I know what to do with.
Yeah.
And all of the people at the tables kind of clap politely, and a couple of the servers stop what they're doing and cheer a little bit. And you hear this kind of upbeat tempo, dum, ba, dum, boom, 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 start to pick up. And the man steps forward. I can actually share a picture with you in...
Oh, shit. Oh my
This guy
God.
with his massive belted boots, just all these jewels and gems, his high like fur collar, steps out. Welcome, my friends, to the Grand Sahil gambling house and tavern. I am your host, Zalambur. And there's another cheer that kind of goes up from those eating.
He was not as hard to find as I thought.
I hope that you will all enjoy yourselves. This is a fabulous presentation, a brand new number for the Grand Sahil. Please, a maestro. And you see that a couple of the musicians start to pick up that pace a little bit, and Zalambur starts to do a little tap and step.
Oh
Berty,
my God.
with your evaluation is he's clearly not a performer. But
Yeah.
he starts to kind of do a dainty little half step, and as the curtain pulls wider, there are like 13 of these half-naked server girls that come out, all sort of fanning themselves, like over-exaggerated, really like painted up with stage makeup. And he starts to sing.
Oh
I
my
am the
God.
monarch of the sands. I am the champion of the common man. The name Ilona proudly chants. And then all the girls pick up the chorus. And we are his sisters and his cousins and his aunts. And it starts to pick up, and there's just these like little verses,
my
and it
God.
all picks up again. And you gather watching like it's a bit of innuendo that it's like his sisters and his cousins and his aunts, and it's a burlesque show. And after about the third verse, he just sort of starts to take his bows and step off to the side as the girls come out and kind of chorus line for a little bit. You see him step down daintily, despite his very large size and his bit of girth. You know, he steps down and is gesturing to people, and oh, lovely to see you. Oh yes, welcome, as he's greeting people that he knows and people he doesn't know. He goes over and shakes their hands, passes them on the back. How are you? Oh, it's very nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Yes. And he begins to start to make his way around the periphery, and you see like eventually this arc that he is in will pass your table. Not quite there yet.
Oh,
You've got a couple of
fantastic.
minutes.
Okay. What if I pitched to him that I could write him like one of the greatest ballads about Zalambur and how great of a bard I am, and that would get us in to like perhaps dine with him one evening to get to know him better?
Yeah, I mean, you can't do worse than this.
Exactly, right. Yeah. So that's at least an offer, right? Do you think he knows the Trollskull Six? Maybe he knows
Probably.
Berty the
I
Bard.
don't know.
All right. Well, really sell it, Kalla. Look fierce, look stern, don't smile. Perfect.
You see, he's at the table next to you now. He's leaned across and is shaking hands. And what started out as a bright, sort of chipper conversation, he for a moment his face gets a little less jovial and a little more like business-like. And he nods and he kind of leans in, and there's a soft exchange of words, and he smiles. And, of course. Take your time. And then he proceeds to your table. Hello, my friends. Welcome to the Grand Sahil Casino. I am Zalambur.
It is such a pleasure to meet you, Zalambur. I don't know if you know. I know you don't know us. Perhaps by name, if you've heard of the Trollskull Six at all. slayers of dragons here and there. Well, two members you have here this evening dining with you. This is Bertie the Bard, and Kalla, last name unknown.
You can see like he kind of goes a shade paler, and is looking slightly confused, and then very quickly like, but of course the guests of the city, word has spread that notaries from Kreita were making their way to our humble city. It is a pleasure to host you here.
Well, I appreciate that. We've felt so welcomed, especially here in your establishment, and to meet you, who we've heard such great things about, even to the shores of Kreita. I
Thank you.
indeed, but now, whether you know me by reputation or not, I'm Bertie the Bard. I've written for, some of the height of Crichton society. My ballads are far known, just as much as our dragon slaying, I would say. I couldn't help but notice, though, your show was delightful, but I would be honored to write a ballad for you that would be really something to take the cake. A showman myself, I adored the performance. And I would just love to provide something like that for you, if you'd be willing. Of course, I'd hate to impose. You've been so generous already.
What are your passive perceptions?
My
26.
passive perception is a 24.
Okay. You both notice that he is listening very intently to what you're saying, and he's giving you both very discerning looks. There is a sharpness to this intellect that is belied by his jovial manner. And with your high insight checks, or did I say passive perception? What's your passive insight?
24.
No, that's just 20.
20? Okay. Bertie, you notice that when you say your name, he kind of blanches a little bit. He loses one more shade, goes a little more pale, and then very quickly sort of gets back in the roll of things. And is nodding along as you're suggesting. Aha. Of course, I am a businessman. What sort of compensation? I assume gold is on the order of what you expect for such a service.
On the contrary, these kinds of endeavors I've found end up reaping reward just through how they spread. I would simply need, perhaps dinner from my compatriots and I, such that we might get to know you better, and I could talk to you, learn about the great Zalambur, and
Of course, reputation is everything.
Indeed.
But of course, the renowned Bertie the Bard would know this. I make you offer. Join me for a moment. I will have entertainment brought for your companion. Come to my office. We will discuss our future. Make arrangements for your friends, you say, to join you for dinner here.
Yeah, sure. That sounds great. Kalla, you stay here, and I'll go discuss with Mr. Zalambur some of the particulars of this arrangement.
Charmed.
You are Char, yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Scala. Perhaps you would like a sample platter of our various meat offerings.
Yeah, that'd be great.
She really likes them when they're on sticks or something. So maybe we'll
Claps
put
twice,
them on
and
a stick.
there's a young man that sort of rushes over immediately, that same blue and gold outfit. Yes, sir. Please, bring one of our barbecue sample platters. Anything we have in the kitchen available, put it out, bring it to the jar here. Quickly now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you see him bolt north along the stage, and he goes through a set of double doors that were behind you kind of as you came in off to the right. He sort of disappears in there, and you get the scent of cooking meats and other spices and savory scents. And Zalambur just sort of motions to the stairs beside the stage. If you would, please.
Can I get an insight check on this guy, just in terms of with the blanching on hearing my name,
Hmm.
I guess I'm trying to divine like the intent
Is he gonna kill you?
of this thing. Is this like yeah, like any kind of motivation on the face of
Yeah.
what this meeting, what he is feeling about this, of like I'm trying to get myself out of something, or like what the
Hmm. Okay. Make an insight check for me.
Can I insight check just that he's like, I know there's only two of us, but splitting the party? Like if Bertie's in danger, if he goes with this guy?
We'll say like insight check to see if. Yeah, go ahead and roll insight. Yeah.
That's a 31 on my insight check. I believe in the DMG that's by the impossible metric.
So, Kalla, it's difficult to tell because
Mm.
here in his place, it's his place. He has the home field advantage. It's kind of hard to see what's on his mind. He doesn't immediately exhibit like I'm gonna take you out back and murder you vibes.
Okay.
Bertie with a 31, you gather that like he's sweating a bit. Like there is a nervous energy to this guy, and there is definitely an intent to talk to you in a place where other people are not going to be overhearing what he's saying.
Interesting.
And he begins to walk towards the steps.
The steps at the back of this by the stage.
At the left end of the stage, going up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Is there anything? Yeah. I think that's fine. Let's do it. Fuck it.
Okay.
Free ball.
As you cross towards the stage, you can kind of like turn back and you see Kalla sitting in this row of booths that are kind of inset into the wall underneath what is a second floor balcony. And the further you get, the more you can see of that upper level. And there's like a pretty shallow balcony, but it's got like couches and tables and a couple of look like wealthy patrons up top. And it just sort of looks down over everything else. You see there's a door on one side. As he leads you over to the stairwell, there is a cavalier guardsman standing there with it looks like a scimitar on one side of his belt and a shield just kind of slung over one arm. He's standing there, not at attention, but also not casually. You can see like he has a pretty good possession of himself, and he's looking around. He sees Zalambur and he kind of straightens up, just gives him a nod. Z just kind of waves his hand, just like a dismissive gesture. And he leads you up these stairs. It's very narrow. It's only about 5 feet wide, and it rises very, very steeply. You come to a landing, and then it turns at a right angle to the right and continues up kind of back towards the north up to a second level, and you arrive in a 5-foot wide hallway that seems to stretch the entire length of the building. It's very, very long.
I say this is some strange architecture. Did you design and build this, or was it something else before it came into your hands?
He does like a little nervous laugh. No. I inherited this property, although I have enhanced it, shall we say. And as you proceed down this hallway, you can see there's a couple of doors every 15 or 20 feet. Looks like a couple of different rooms, but you can see it's fairly dimly lit, but at the end there is a brightly lit room, and that appears to be where you're heading towards. And it's maybe 40 or 50 feet. Ultimately you reach the end of this hallway, and it opens into a very, very wide, spacious room. There's a couch that's like 15 feet long, with a long like coffee table next to it, and a couple of plush chairs on either side with little end tables. There are like ferns in the corners of the room, and on the south wall, so like as you break the plane of this archway to your right, along that wall there is a big window that is overlooking that stage area with heavy curtains that are drawn except to about a 10-foot gap where this massive muscular guy in what looks like Spartan or gladiator armor is standing there with his arms crossed, his bulging arm muscles just kind of crossed over his chest, looking casually down, shifting his head every now and then. As he hears you guys come in, he turns. Ah, Zalambur. Is everything all right? And Zalambur just looks at the guy and says, yes, Malum. If you would keep a watch, I have a special guest here, very important person. We're going to, in my office, have a discussion about future arrangements. Ensure we are not disturbed. All right, can do, boss. And you can see he walks over to a little table and picks up what looks like a steel helmet and just kind of like holds it under an arm and goes back to looking out the window. There's a set of double doors on the east wall. So as you come into the room, you kind of turn to the right, and there's a big set of double doors on the far wall. There's another smaller door on the south wall beside the mirror, but he takes you to the double doors. Opens them, and you see there are two more like heavy armored guards in like splint armor. Each carries a long sword and a short sword, hands on the hilts, both standing on either side of another set of double doors. The room itself is about 15 feet deep. It has like a small couch on one side and a beautiful tapestry along the north wall. It looks to be some sort of structure in the middle of the desert. It's nothing you've seen here. Zalambur just sort of makes a dismissive gesture again at the guards and opens the double doors into what is apparently his office. This is another wide room. It's about 25 feet from left to right, about 45 feet deep from where you're standing to the far wall. There are no windows, no other exits. There are 3 pillars along the north side, kind of evenly spaced, and each one has an object in a sort of glass dome, kind of like the Beauty and the Beast rose, you know? And on the far side is a heavy wooden desk. You can hear the outer double doors close behind you, and as he gestures you in, he pulls the other 2 doors closed so that you are in privacy, and walks over to a small table on the southern wall. Would you care for a drink?
Yeah. Something sweet, if you have it.
Sweet, I have the finest wine in all of Ilona. He goes and pours you like a heavy silver goblet full of this beautiful, like royal purple looking, it's almost like an indigo looking wine. He pours a second one for himself, hands it to you, takes a big swig of his own, just like drains the goblet. You can see like a little bit runs down his chin, he brushes it off, kind of unexpected, sort of slovenly behavior, sets the goblet back down. And goes over to his desk, kind of puts both hands on the desk facing away from you, and you hear this big sigh. It's a big intake of breath. All right, you little shit.
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
You were never fucking good at voices, you know that? The accent's ridiculous.
Better than you ever were, and you bloody well know it.
When did you get here?
Fucking live here.
Yeah, how long?
Couple of years.
Yeah.
About you.
It's impressive.
I know you just got here. What are you fucking doing here?
Oh, there's dragons that need killed, I guess. Someone's got to do it.
He whirls around on you and like has a dagger drawn and is like within 5 feet of you, and he just sort of like holds it up in front of your face. I'm not fucking around, you. Come to Fucking Alona, kill a dragon, show up in my casino. Think I'm stupid? What are you really up to? Why are you
I
here?
swear to God, we're here to kill a dragon. Who do you think has killed the others? The Trollskull Six
Don't
and
know.
Bertie,
Don't
the
fucking
fucking
care.
bard.
Fucking dragons do I care about? That's something for the council. Let the fucking sun spears deal with it, or Choco. Huh.
Do you see how I'm not at all frightened by your dagger? Do you know why? It's because I kill dragons. Okay?
He lowers it and kind of like stands up. He towers over you. The guy's like 6'3",
Yeah.
and a big guy, big belly on him, like big wide meaty shoulders and hands. He sort of looks down, and you can see now, up close and in good lighting, you know that the hair has dyed
Yeah.
fairly well, but you
Yeah.
recognize the face of Big Jim.
Yeah. You know those tricks we would run back on the streets, little flares of prestidigitation or thaumaturgy, whatever the fuck.
Touch
I
him,
don't
every
do that.
fucking one of them.
Yeah. Well, now I turn people's brains to fucking mush. All right. I scramble it. I will
You see, he's
fucking
sort of like fingering a little amulet hanging around his neck.
yeah. You
What I
know.
want to know is, how'd you fucking find me?
Well, you've made it fucking easy. Do you think nobody would notice a fucking casino and the quickest rise to power and money in the fucking world? 2 years to buy a fucking casino and the biggest, wealth
Fortune's
of
coming,
gold in the
fortunes
South?
go.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, you got a lot of fucking people after you. You know that?
I know. Believe me. That's what this is supposed to take care of. Can't
Yeah.
be seen, can't be scryed on. That's why I'm here, start fresh. Left all that shit behind me. You
Did
bring
you
the
now?
Lion Guard down on me. So help me. Everything I've got is coming for you.
You know, the Lion Guard already know about you. You know that they are. I was in a meeting with the council the other day, and they know you're fucking smuggling illegal shit in here. They're just looking for something to pin it on you. You have been sloppy, and you know it.
Got fucking nothing on me. Cavaliers couldn't
They
find
don't.
their arse for a hole in the ground.
Well, look, I'm not.
When I got here, this was already a casino. It was just a trash bar. Alright? Small time thieves' den. I won it. In a fucking card game, believe it or not. But it wasn't this. I turned it into this.
Look, I'm not trying to. I respect starting fresh. All right, I respect that, and I'm not trying. I'm not going to turn any guards on you. That's not how I do business, right?
I think it gives you a very shady look. Been a long time since I knew you, little bird. Not sure I know you at all anymore.
Yeah, well, I've done things that'll turn your fucking stomach. So, no, I'd say you don't.
Aren't we all?
Well, I guess we could just cut to it. I'm here to steal a dragon, or to kill a dragon, but
Slip of a tongue, methinks. Eh?
I don't think so. And we can do this the easy way, the hard way. My employer wants some painting. I am here to kill the dragon. This is just kind of a
Now
side
you
gig.
say that, behind his desk there are two paintings. There is one of an astonishingly beautiful Crichton male in what looks like royal garb. And there's another one that appears to be of some sort of Elonian warrior in white plate armor, dark
Yeah.
skin.
So we can go about this one of two ways, right? And you can just give it to me, and that'll be it, right? I walk out of here. I deliver my message. You lose a painting, but you keep the casino and the riches. The other way is a bit less pleasant, right? Well, there's two options here, right? The other way, you know, we can take it, and that at that point, I'm more inclined to kind of start turning your shit over, right? Because I'm sure if we come in and take it, we'll find other things. I know you haven't hidden it that well. Don't even pretend. And then that's where your whole kind of rebuilding thing will fall apart, and it'll be messy. And the third way, that could involve death, right? So that would be really unpleasant for me. I don't want that. That is my least favorite option, right? I respect what you've done here. I like what you've done with the place. Your dance number's a little off. It needs some work, but so if that's how this works, that's how this works, right? So, but like, if you just give me the painting, you can just go on here doing your thing, and nobody knows the difference, and you'll get more
He walks
wealthy
back
and buy
over
more
to
paintings.
the
And
table and pours himself another goblet of wine. Just takes a small sip as he listens.
how are we feeling?
You got
Can I
a
have another
pair
sip?
on you, lad. You always had.
I always like to give people a chance, right? That hasn't changed.
Goes over and sets the goblet on his desk, turns around and kind of leans against it and folds his arms into his outrageously elaborate robes and says, "Unfortunately, you was never the brains of the outfit, was you? You got nothing on me. There's nothing here. This is a legitimate business. We do legitimate service here.
Insight
Money
check.
comes
I want
in,
an insight
money
check.
goes out." Go ahead.
Oh, natural 1 for a 15.
Yeah, let me check something real quick.
I want to say I fucking knew, Ryan. I was like, I started getting, my spidey senses were tingling. I was like, all right, thinking, I was like, yes, this is so fucking cool.
So he seems to be telling the truth, at least nominally. And he says, "Do you really think I'll keep evidence of guilt in my place of business? This is my home.
Alright,
And I mean, yeah, the house usually wins.
right.
But sometimes we don't. The games are straight up. Hammer scene. Yeah, you heard that? You know who they are? Hammer scene is Alonian. It means sandstorm. I reckon they picked the name because it sounded scary. When I got here, they were just a bunch of up-junk sand shark pups with delusions of standing. Their boss was an idiot. Thought he was tough, but he was just a sad little king on a sad little hill. Small world, too. And it turns out they're Corsair contacts, the smugglers this council's so fucking worried about. I knew half of them from back in the day. So when that fool jumped me, after winning his casino, his little bar from him, I showed the bastard how a proper pirate handles his affairs. Now, he's sleeping with the fish at the bottom of the bay. But he was a criminal. He was a murderer, a thug, a simpleton. Do you know what I am? Bertie the Bard. I'm a fucking philanthropist. I'm a fucking hero of the people. I've got more influence in this town than the fucking council themselves. When they want to pass a measure, they got to come to me. They have to come bend the knee to Zalambur to get fucking anything
Such a bad
done.
voice.
It works though, doesn't it? And so what?
Yeah, well, no.
You're gonna help me. You're gonna tell people I'm fucking Crichton. Great. I'm a former criminal. Huh. Fantastic. Don't fucking matter. I put more money in the orphanages than any other noble in the city. And I don't even have a title to my name. Huh. You go on ahead. You put the whammy on me. I'll have every cop in the city out on you. I don't know if you noticed, but half of them work for me when they're off duty. They're just downstairs. Let's go tell them, shall we?
I don't think my plan is really to tell them you're Crichton, right? That's nobody's surprise. But I think given the right circumstance, the right motivation, right, which I've gotten pretty good at doing, I think we could show your employees, as it were, the tiny, wriggling little worm that you truly are, Big Jim. And then we'll see how loyal the dogs really are once the money starts falling apart. Hmm?
Oh, my poor little bird. Do you think the ones that work for me don't know what I do? Oh, that's just
Right.
precious. That's just so sweet. You haven't seen me in a decade, lad. Welcome to the big leagues. Hey, why don't you go walk off into the desert and slay your dragon? And stick to what you're good at. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not afraid of you either.
Oh, that's a shame. That shows how stupid you are, really.
He sort of laughs a little bit.
Well, I mean, so I'm taking this. You're not going to give me this painting, and from there we can just do this the hard way.
I'll tell you what. Have a seat. He's got 2 chairs sitting in front of his desk. And he just sits himself up on his desk. Takes
Sure,
another sip.
sure. I'll have a seat.
I got dozens of paintings. You want one? I can walk off with it. There's no skin off my back.
Right? Yeah.
I've got more riches here than I've ever known in my life.
Exactly. I'll take that one right there. Easy.
He looks over. Do you point at the one with the Crichton Noble?
Yeah, sure. That seems like a
Just an
normal one. He
eyebrow.
just said a painting.
Do you point at that one deliberately, or is this an accident?
I'm just like I don't think I'm pointing at it as like a I want that one. I just am like, sure, I'll take that one. It's on the wall.
So he looks at the one to his right, your left. It's the Crichton Noble. He's like, well,
Who is that old fuck? Probably dead anyways, right?
well, yeah. As the son of King Roderick, that's Crichton. It's one of the only
Okay.
things I brought with me from back home. You can't have that one. But this one here, this is Costajarin, one of the first Sun Spears, hero of the people. It's actually a fairly good likeness. It's yours if you want it. Probably worth about 500 gold.
I win 500 gold at the casino in one night. That's not really so what's what's so special about this one? You brought it from
Told
home.
you.
You don't.
Yeah,
It's
brought it
just
from
what
home.
fucking sentimental.
It certainly is that.
Well,
Who's this employer? Wants one of my paintings?
well.
It's just a fancy
If-
art collector. You can get pictures anywhere. Why one of mine?
Well, if I told you that, I'd ruin all the fun, wouldn't I?
You can see the gears spinning.
Yeah. I bet it's just eating you up. That I know and you don't.
I have a better idea than you think, little bird.
Well, I'll give you the offer, Big Jim. Either I leave with what I want, which frankly it's the one you're sentimental for because now I know you want it. Or I can come back and you can get a full ass kicking from the Dragon Slayers themselves. Minus the wizard. He's like a book guy. He doesn't. He's got like morals, like he's like ethics. Others of us, not so much.
So your plan is to come back here, break into a legitimate place of business and start roughing people up? Is that it? Taking on the Cavaliers and the free people of Amnoon? That's your strategy? I gotta tell you,
Yeah.
kid, I missed you. You never cease to amuse. Huh.
I mean, would it be easier if I just took it now? I mean, would that be like preferable?
I mean, I don't know how many other ways I could say this, but you're not walking out of here with my painting. It's just not gonna happen.
So, cut from Bertie, Alex. I don't want to completely fuck this, like fuck this thing, right?
Yeah,
Because then I would be the bad guy, right?
yeah, you would. Attacking a law-abiding citizen, theft of a priceless object. Yeah,
Well, the theft's got to happen either way, though, right? Like,
I mean, it's optional. There's a decision for the characters to make. He takes the last sip of his wine and says, okay, let's go back downstairs. You rejoin your friend, enjoy a nice meal on the house. And you and your friends, you come in, play the tables, enjoy yourselves, maybe walk away with a fortune. Happens every now and then. But I don't ever want to see you coming up here again. You stay downstairs. You are no longer welcome in my house. Guards!
yeah.
And the doors open. The two armed men come in. Kind
Well,
of looks at him. Take this man downstairs, please. He would rejoin his companion. Marlon! After a couple of seconds, the outer doors open and the gladiator standing there, his hands on his hips. This is an old friend of mine. He's going to have a free dinner, and his friends are welcome to play the tables if they wish. None of them are allowed on the second floor. Very good, boss.
well, Zalambur, thank you for the dinner. I look forward
You
to
are
seeing
most
you
welcome,
again.
my friend. It has been an absolute pleasure.
Well, I'll see you soon. And Bertie will turn and in case you need to get a hold of me, he'll pull out a card and hand it out to him,
Takes
just
it.
in case. Yeah,
Much appreciated.
yeah. And I'll head out and back down to Kalla.
Alright. Kalla, you see Bertie come down and sits down at the table.
Well, Kalla, I didn't want it to go this way, but we gotta kill him. Rather, here's Kalla. Here's what we're gonna do. We're not gonna kill him so much
hold on.
as.
Wait, just
Mhm.
can I look around and see if anybody's listening? Is anybody close enough to be paying attention?
Make a perception check. Oh,
It's 35.
yeah, as you look around, they're like one of the armed guards. There is a man in like splint mail with 2 swords who has followed Bertie down the stairs, but he's stopped at the foot and is talking to the cavalier that is standing on guard. And he's just kind of like looking over in your direction and talking and kind of gesturing. They're looking at you, but they're so far away and it's so noisy they can't hear you.
You sure it's safe to talk about this here?
Yeah. And I don't want to kill him so much as I want to watch everything around him collapse and leave him totally destitute. That's really, I think, where I'm at with this. Yeah. Okay?
We're setting the building on fire.
Yeah, we're setting the building on fire.
We're gonna need Alexa.
Yeah, we're gonna need Alexa. I want to do it. I want to do it good and proper, right? I want to find out exactly what shit he's up to. I want to bring it to the law, and I want, just as he's getting the like life sentence to prison, I want the building to explode and all of his worldly possessions to be destroyed.
I mean, we can probably do that.
Yeah,
could also
I
just
know we
take the
can.
painting. Did you see which wall it's on?
Yeah, it's right in his office. I don't think we're gonna have any issues getting up there. There's like
Yeah, I
3
mean-
guys. I chew 3 guys for fucking breakfast. Yeah. And then I think what we do, we do have to get a little dirt on him, which believe me is not going to be that difficult. Because this guy's a fucking joke. He's a fucking jokester, and he likes to play games and owns a fucking casino. Can you believe it?
I mean, that makes sense for somebody who likes to play games.
Yeah. But dinner's on the house. I swung that for us, so enjoy
he's
that.
gonna
The
regret that.
barbecue.
Yeah.
It's the yeah. Waiter, can we get another cowboy barbecue special, please?
I say you see that in front of Kalla is now an empty platter, and I mean when they brought this out, Kalla, there were like strips of ribeye, there were like kebabs with like 3 different kinds of meat, there were strips of some kind of bacon, little bits of sausage. It was just like a huge sample platter.
Yeah, we're gonna need Alexa. We're gonna need Brina. Dare I say we might need Keytree for this. And I think that'd be pretty much it. Yeah. I feel like there's some moral gray area in what we're about to do, Lissa, forgive me for what I'm about to do, but it ain't gonna be pretty. Yeah. All right, I'll have waiter some caviar, a bit of champagne, biggest steak you can find. I'm not even hungry, but cook it. And maybe some hummus. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they bring out like a full-on feast.
Yeah, we'll eat, and yeah, that's where I'm at for now. I'll regroup and we'll spend the get back with the group this evening. I don't know if Kalla has anything she wants to investigate while she's here or something.
I'm just watching people moving, watching the movements of the guards, and trying to figure out if there are any secret guards. Are there any people not dressed like guards who seem...
With your passive perception, as you guys pass this meal here in this booth, and remember, like where you are, your field of view is kind of limited to the stage and the area immediately around you, from the south wall with the stairwell north to where the kitchen was. And you see there are a couple more doors on that wall, but it seems like periodically there are a couple of just normal, commoners or nobles, civilians that kind of walk into a little hallway on the north wall, and they either go left or right, and over time you are able to kind of deduce that there are like restrooms there. Women go left, men go right. But there's also a door at the far end of that hall. It's about 15 or 20 feet long and then ends in a door. And periodically, some of the Cavalier guards will walk down the hall, enter the door, be in there for a couple of minutes, and then they'll step back out and resume their duties. Once during your meal, you notice that there is a kind of rough-looking, like muscular guy who has like a long wooden club kind of shoved into a sash and a coat sort of loosely thrown over it, but as he moves, it sort of kind of flaps out. And you catch it because your passive perception is stupid high. You see them go into this door, and when they come out, they are accompanied by a tall, brawny Norn with like short cropped red hair, kind of pale, fair skin, like covered with freckles all over their face. Got like one massive arm around the other guy, pats him on the shoulder, makes a gesture kind of up into the east, to the left, and the guy just sort of takes off and disappears. That guy, the Norn, puts his hands on his waist and kind of looks around at the stage, looks down the left towards the gambling tables and stuff, gives a nod and turns around and walks back into that door, and then just sort of vanishes behind it. Other than that, you don't see anybody who seems like shifty. It's mostly just common folk or nobles kind of walking around doing their thing.
All right. I want to walk around the casino area, just
Okay.
kind of like observe the games, like I'm trying to figure out how to play, and see if I sense anyone invisible. If they get within 10 feet of me, I can tell they're there. So
Bertie,
just see
do
if they
you
have
go with
invisible
Kalla
guards.
to do this?
No, I'm gonna stay put, and I might do something after Kalla does her thing. I'm gonna let her do her thing though.
Okay. So Kalla gets up to stretch and relieve herself, maybe. Takes a spin around the casino area. You see that most people are very intensely focused on the games, but as you move into that area, you notice that on the ceiling above the tables, there are long mirrors that are hung, and every now and then you catch like the faint sense of motion from behind the mirrors. There is also along the north wall of those that gambling area, there is a long mirror that covers about like 40 feet, and there's about like 3.5 to 4 feet of stone on the bottom, and then like mirror all the way to the ceiling, and it's just this long kind of unbroken mirror. You don't sense any invisible people standing around. There are some cavaliers periodically stationed like in the corners, and especially where like there are some lights, a couple of what look like magically infused glowing sconces, but where the lights kind of get dim and don't quite cover, there's usually a cavalier guard standing there. There are plenty of house dealers at the different tables. There are constantly like people cheering and lots of games going. You gather from your walk around, as you kind of hook around the bar, you get to the far end of the gambling hall to where the roulette table is, and you see there are some private rooms for private games. So you can go in behind the closed door, and each one's like a small, almost like a cell that has like a 4-person table, usually with a guard, either inside or standing out. And those doors are near the open archway into the sort of separated section, and you gather that is the higher stakes games. You can kind of hear people talking about it in that area. It is a 50 gold minimum ante on those tables. But aside from that, yeah, you just see cavaliers and nobody particularly shifty. You don't bump into anybody. You don't sense any invisible movement. I will say, as you're kind of listening, you gather that there are several different games. There's a form of like Crichton Hold'em poker. There is a game called Sandstorm. It's sort of themed about surviving in the desert. It's a fairly simple game. It's kind of like sort of like blackjack, but it's a little bit different. There's the roulette table, and periodically you see these odd apparatus up against the walls, and there's just like a little stool in front of them, and someone's sitting there working them. One of the servers kind of catches you looking at it curiously and explains that those are a recent purchase from Zalambur. He managed to get a hold of a contract with some folks in the College of Synergetics in Radasum, and these are Assuran slot machines. You know, it's just for people who have coins to burn, and so they're sitting there. Every now, like a lot of people aren't using them, and there are different types. There are ones you can put a quarter in, there are ones you put a silver piece in, a gold piece, and there's one that's in a very brightly lit area that's for 1 platinum piece. Yeah. Eventually, kind of make your loop and wind up back at the table with Berty.
Yeah, this place seems like a normal casino.
Yeah. No, I'm sure it is. Yeah. I'm sure it's a normal casino. We know he's got up in some illicit stuff, though. We just gotta figure out where. Of course, we could just steal the painting. That'd be a big enough fuck you, right?
Yeah. We could kidnap him, too.
We do. God, jeez, Kalla. Torture's a lot. I don't know if I'd go that far.
We don't have to torture him. We can just take him and drop him off someplace random.
Oh, just scare him?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an option. I'm not opposed to it. I'm gonna think on this one, and I don't always say that, but I'm gonna think on this one. I want this to be truly catastrophic for this individual. Yeah. Well, did you enjoy the barbecue platter, Kalla?
Yeah, it's really good.
Fantastic. Well, why don't we go meet up with the others, and we'll figure out what's next.
All right. It does not take you long after you step out of the casino to find your friends, who are now finished with their shopping excursions. So you guys find yourselves all meeting up in a sort of garden area, sort of like a public plaza with ample seating and some fountains and stuff. Kalla looking well fed and kind of smelling a little bit of savory meats.
Well, how did everybody do? I forget where you all went. Sorry, Kalla and I have had a couple drinks and a couple barbecue platters, I think, so.
Yeah, Bertie, you do look like you have the flush when you drink.
Yeah, I do.
Kalla looks the same. You wouldn't know if she's had a drink or not.
No, you wouldn't. What did you all do?
Well, I went shopping.
I got this little guy, and Brina will
Show
hold
him what
up
you got,
the
Brina.
Choya doll, the
Wow.
this cactus that looks cute but has a billion shark teeth and will kill you. That's the note I took, by the way. The Choya. And then she holds up the cuffs that she got, and she said, "This is for my sexy hot girlfriend and her cool biceps." Anyways, did you guys win money?
No, we didn't do any gambling.
We got free food.
We did get
that's
free
a win.
food. Yeah.
You have to gamble to get the free food, or how'd you get the free food?
Well, I sweet talked the owner. You know how I can be. And
Yeah, Bertie went upstairs for a while, and when he came back, the guy was just like, free food for everybody.
Bertie.
yeah.
Brina's gonna lean in and say, "Bertie, did you exchange sexual favors with that man for free dinner?"
No, Brina, I did not. And
Alright.
appreciate you asking before you accuse me of it.
Not judging, just curious.
No, I did not. No. Turns out, well, how to start? This guy, the Zalambur, is actually, someone I know, and we're gonna
you're comfortable because you think he's very attractive?
No, not that.
You
I
really
appreciate
seem
that
like you're
'cause-
struggling here.
Yeah.
Seems
So
flustered.
you all, well, yeah. Where to
So
start?
is this like an awkward hookup in the past?
No. This is more of like this guy. Zalambur is Big Jim, right? And Big Jim is Zalambur. And now where I came to have fun at a casino and win a lot of money, it's kind of turned into like I want to make this individual who's doing much better than they deserve to do. I want to make them hurt.
But didn't Big Jim basically raise?
No. Big Jim,
No.
who exploited you in a life of crime, your talents, your time, your labor, who
That's closer to the truth. Yeah.
actively
That's
exploits a horde of street children.
well, less children. Well, probably children, but it's there. He definitely exploits people. I guarantee he's got the street kids on his fucking. I look around at the fucking street kids. They're on the payroll. I fucking guarantee it. So Brina's on my side, and I pull out the Brina punch card that I've been holding. Like, Brina, you're on my fucking side for this. We're gonna rain down just destruction on this individual. I want to see their.
Bertie, though, who's Zalambur?
It's a fucking figment, Kitri. A fucking smoke and mirrors.
No.
Okay?
You told me that you needed help getting back something for your friend in Apple Nook who broke his leg, and that some is Zalambur, the mean guy who took it. It's Big
Yes.
Jim took
Yes,
your Apple Nook
yes.
friend's painting.
Correct.
Yeah, Zalambur's he's a very bad man. He does bad things.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, Big Jim on my shit list, baby. Always has been. I don't mess with anybody that has caused my friends strife. Except for
So-
Ellen Peel.
I don't
Bertie,
know
is
if
there a museum
I'd let
in
him
Apple
go.
Farm? Is that where the museum is?
Oh,
Yep, it's in Apple Nook. You never saw it when you were
Apple Nook?
there, but
Oh.
it's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a
Oh,
real barn
okay.
burner. It's in a barn, but
Oh, that would make sense why I didn't notice. Yeah, normally I try to keep an eye out
right.
for them.
mhm,
wait, this is
mhm.
what was this about a museum?
My friend works at the museum in Apple Nook, and
I
that's
thought you said he was a farmer.
right. And you
and
can
that's
do
how he
two
broke
things,
his leg.
Kitri. Let's
I-
not box these people in, okay? Small town.
I'm falling
rude,
asleep as
actually.
we have this conversation. How are we
Okay,
going to punch
Kitri,
Big Jim in the
Galatar, I
face?
lied to both of you. You shouldn't be surprised. Get over it. I'm giving you exactly 2 seconds to be surprised by that. 1
Well-
Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. That's over. Okay. We're gonna steal this painting, and then we're gonna
So
find
wait, was there ever
evidence
a
that
friend
this-
in Apple Nook?
Kitri, you are.
Do you even know
beyond
anyone
your
at
2
Apple Nook?
seconds.
We're not blending
Kitri,
in, huh?
absolutely not. No,
I know
have no
people in
friends in
Apple
Apple
Nook.
Nook.
On
Well,
a
I
more
know you
That is
important,
said-
not helpful.
I know you said that you lied, but now I need to know which part was the lie. So what are we
All of it,
actually
Kitri.
doing? So we're not going
here's
for-
the plan.
We're
Here's the
really
plan.
There's no
Guys.
paintings.
No
There's
worries.
no-
There is a painting.
There is a painting.
There is a
So
painting.
it
We're
wasn't
gonna-
all a lie.
It wasn't all a lie. We're gonna get a painting from
60% lie.
from Big Jim. Here's what's gonna
Best
happen.
lies
We're
are
gonna
possible.
steal this painting as the initial fuck you, just to show that I can fucking do it. Then, what we're gonna do is
Wait, there's a second
before
part?
we do that, before we actually steal it, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna find evidence of all the shit that this guy's done. Then we're gonna steal this fucking painting, and then we're gonna turn it in to the authorities, and then we're gonna go kill a fucking dragon.
I like this plan.
So that all sounds good, but just to be clear, there is not a museum in Applenook.
I honestly have no idea.
Let's
So,
find out
there
when
might
we
be.
go
Okay,
back.
no,
You should
that's fine.
build
I
one,
doubt it.
We
Bellatar.
could,
Yeah,
So,
we could
can
build
make
one.
why
one.
are I guess I'm still so why are we taking this painting though from Big is it just it's just a fuck you to Big Jim? Like that is what we are
I
Yeah,
think
we are
Bertie
doing
yeah,
here?
it's just a
cold,
fuck
petty
you to Big Jim
revenge.
because
Hell yeah, I'll take a
that
dump
is
at the
his
doorstep.
most treasured possession, and it's the one thing you can't replace.
Yeah, well,
And
if
it's
it'll help you
magical.
out and it's screwing over the guy that abused you, then like, yeah, I'm in for it.
How big is
Fantastic.
this?
Brian, I saw this painting. How big is this painting?
The painting itself is about 2.5 feet wide by about 4 feet tall.
Oh fuck! It's bigger than I am.
Would it fit in the bag of holding?
Not in the bag of holding. No, it's
We
not
could
wide enough to
Put
pull
it in
it
an
in.
Alexa sack.
We could
I
demi-plane it.
What if
Demi-plane it. I
take
like
it out
that
of the
thinking.
if we take it out of the frame and roll it up, would it fit in the bag?
Yes.
Oh, that sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, if it's magic, I
would.
don't know that that's
Old
possible.
school. Just cut it
Oh.
at the frame and just fucking roll that shit up.
Also, Bertie, what are the odds that
The
like this
lazy
seems
fucker.
really simple given our skill set to like steal a painting? I mean, like, you know,
Yeah.
we fight
Yeah.
dragons,
No,
seems simple to steal
because
a painting, but
because he thinks our skill
Does-
set is nothing, and what we're going to show him is that we're going to absolutely upend his success, which he doesn't
Sure.
deserve to begin with. And then what we're
Right.
going to do is we're going to bring it down around him so that everything he knows and cares for is falling apart at the seams, and he gets nothing. Nothing.
Okay, that great
Yeah.
plan. I just wanted to ask if he was the type of person that would have like magical security. Should we do like some investigating the casino? Okay.
Yeah.
I was
But
thinking
see,
we
this
could just
seems
skip
even
it
a
all.
bit I don't know. You didn't have a vendetta out for even what's his face? Like you did this
Andrew?
guy. Yeah, the creepy guy who had your name on his walls and your face.
Ozymandias.
We had a vendetta for Ozymandias.
You know,
So like this
Kind of
seems a
like,
bit
will they, won't they?
Ozzy was kind of misunderstood, I think.
That was a
but
lot.
this seems
There's a
a bit
lot of
more
romantic tension.
Because I
this
think
seems
his
a bit more
thing
just
came from a place of love, right? And that can make people do a lot of weird things. Big Jim was mean to me, but you know, in like a controlling way. You know, I was, yeah. So we're gonna
fucking personal, maybe.
ruin it. Yeah, it's personal, and
This sounds
I
like a
wanna-
1-2 victory now.
I don't necessarily. Here's the thing, guys. I don't want to kill him. I want to win, and I want him to lose.
What
That's
is
what I want.
victory for you? Is it just us getting the painting, his casino kind of falling apart, or is it like him in cuffs, you know, being like held accountable for all the stuff he does?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So then we need to also find
All of the
evidence, I would
above.
assume.
Correct. This is beginning an investigation.
We apply all of our skill sets to take this man down. We thought the last dragon was the big boss. Incorrect. It's this motherfucker. I know what my skill set is, and I bet you guys.
Brina,
too.
I want at least 3 teeth. All right.
Don't even worry about that, baby. You want?
He's got a
fingers?
goldwood in the back. If you can get that molder, even better.
I'll put it on a necklace for you, my sweet friend. But we find the bad
So we
evidence.
do need to find out his evidence because I don't want to be the fucking bad guy. I'm not getting horsewhipped in the fucking square for this.
Never again.
We're gonna.
That's a deep cut.
I mean, not for free, right?
And
So
if
yeah,
we
but
can,
aside
now,
from-
and I like lean over to Alexa and it's like, and if his casino were to implode, I wouldn't be upset.
I could find some loose places.
So it's in the office. We're gonna go up the stairs. Now, granted, it's weird architecture, and I guarantee that it's
but
trapped and
wait.
wears like an amulet thing.
We
Go ahead,
don't
Kalla.
even have to go inside from this. We go through the wall.
Yeah, also if you
Excuse me?
describe it, we could literally dimension door assuming it's not
walk
warded.
through walls. We just do that. Grab the painting, walk back out through the wall.
You have a spell that'll let you do that?
There's armor that would let me do that, but I think they can do spells like that.
Yeah.
What
I
kind
mean,
of
we could
walls are
also
there?
just teleport.
It's like I
Yeah,
don't know about
yeah.
strictly walking through walls.
Yeah, I'm going. Hold on, Kalla, do you walk through walls?
I have before. Alexa has the thing that does it.
Oh, you mean the etherealness?
Oh, yeah, I was thinking of using that
Ah.
for something else, but I wouldn't be able to grab the painting.
That might be great though for scouting out the evidence. If you could go
Can't,
into the ethereal plane and take a look around the whole casino,
You can't
then we
bring
would know
things-
exactly where we need to
Oh.
go and sneak in.
I mean, this guy. This guy has no idea who he's fucked with. Now, granted, this was like 10 years ago, but he has no fucking clue, right? So we're gonna rock his fucking shit.
Hell yeah.
Do you know he doesn't know anything? I mean, now that we're somewhat like celebrities, like, are you sure that he doesn't know about what we can do and
Right,
can't
like-
do? And then somehow he, in his heart also had a vendetta out for you, and then found out you had these cool new friends and saw killing dragons, and then decided, kind of like how the pact is doing, to figure out ways to neutralize us individually. Or does that seem like too much work for this man?
Like, don't get me wrong, he's not dumb, right? Like, he's an idiot, but he's not dumb. And so, like, he's gonna have covered his tracks, and he's gonna have traps in place, and he's gonna have thought this a little bit through. But he's got another thing coming as well, okay? Is everybody on fucking board?
Let's kick it old school, baby. Do you remember when there were cannibals or something that we had to deal with? Or I don't know.
Bertie
cut.
wanted
the
to be
woods
their
people?
friends.
No, there was that butcher guy.
The butcher guy.
Yeah.
That was dark.
We spent like a day in the fucking rain. It was awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever
yeah,
happened? Wasn't there like that criminal we chased and also didn't catch?
Mm,
Yeah.
That was a
she
long
still
time ago.
lives in LA, I think.
Oh,
We'll pay him a visit someday. Moral of the story. I'm
Every
ready
once
to
in a
kick
while,
some
you read
ass.
about him in the paper killing someone.
Well, the town's gotta have intrigue, right?
so Bertie, what do you want to do? Like, this is, your plan. You tell us what you want and we'll do it.
First, we've gotta find, and I know it's findable, we gotta find exactly what shit this guy is into. All right? Big Jim doesn't do clean business, and I'm sure his casino is reputable. I didn't see any signs of cheating. He said it was clean. I'm almost guarantee that it is, because he wouldn't put his dirty laundry with his clean laundry. But I guarantee that the casino is laundering money for some fucking illicit trading or drugs or people or whatever it is. And we're going to find evidence of that first. Then we're going to steal his fucking painting. And then we're going to turn him in.
Hey, does he have friends on the force?
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. One way, I could like interrogate some guy. We know about a deputy. Hold on, wait for it. Gotta pull up the tab. There's a deputy around the casino that we know is on his payroll. So, that could be a place to start. Who's fucking paying you, right? And work our way up the chain, yeah?
Yeah, we could start there, and I think also that it seemed like the head of the guard did not have a great deal of admiration for this guy because he keeps kind
Could
of
talk to
plundering
him if he's
his
got any leads.
people.
Yeah, absolutely. Galatar, you're probably best suited to talk to the police.
Do you think any of the, not to, exploit an already exploited, but do you think any of the potential, if the street children really are in his pockets still, do you think any of them would be willing to be a bit forthcoming about what they know?
Yeah.
No,
Like a
no,
labor.
probably not.
Like
And
a
I'll tell you
labor
why.
movement. In the hits
I tell you why.
Sorry.
Because you can go up and offer a street child. Because I've been there, right? You can offer them 10 gold, right, for information. But that 10 gold runs out, and they know that Big Jim would be their next meal after that, right? So it's almost impossible. Now, granted, if I go up to one of them and offer them 1,000 gold, which I'm fucking thinking about, right? I think they'd get out of Dodge.
I'm pretty sure 10 gold would blow their fucking minds.
You'd think, but also I think there's definitely some loyalty. This isn't just 10 gold to give information, right? This is 10 gold to be the snitch. And these kids don't like to be the snitch. Bad things happen to the snitches, right? So you gotta give them the gold, but you also gotta give them a way out, And that's not easy. Not
What if you offered to adopt them?
Yeah, we have a sky ship. We can just take them back to LA.
Kids. No. I mean, maybe, right? But I might be. I'll talk to the street kids maybe, and we'll see if I can get anything. But that's it's got to be handled delicately, and I'll be handling that. I think. So talk to the head guard, the sheriff. Talk to the street kids. We're going to talk to the deputy that's already on the payroll that we know about. I figure I can dominate him and then fucking scramble his brain afterwards so he forgets I did it. No laws broken, right? We're all feeling good about this plan so far. Any other ideas? I'm loving the ideas.
So we got the get investigation, steal the painting. What did you say part 3 was?
Investigation, steal the painting, complete and total destruction.
Right. Do I get to?
Yes, you will get to hit him at that point because I will ask the personal favor, and I guarantee we'll get it. We'll fucking apprehend this motherfucker, and he's gonna fight back. I can already fucking tell. And Brina, that's where you come in, baby. You're gonna teach him something on that day.
Willing to do this without the.
And then we'll turn him over to the authorities.
Yeah, we'll take the. I'm gonna kick his shit in. Anyways, all right. I like the third part of the plan. Are you guys gonna go?
Could you talk to the criminal element of the city to see if you can find? Now, I hate to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry because I just made a wild accusation. But Kalla, could you talk to the criminal element of the city?
Yeah. Yeah, I can tell him I'm looking for work.
Yeah, if you
available. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I could maybe just ask him. What if I go and offer to kill you or something?
Yeah, that could work. All right. That
but
thought
Kalla,
just made me really uncomfortable.
Weren't you just there with?
Because what would I do, right? I'd be dead. That's makes you think about your life.
I can bring you back, Bertie.
Right.
If you actually did want to just.
I wasn't gonna do it.
I actually have this
that could be an idea if you want to, stage your actual death. I could bring you back.
Wait a second.
Ellen Keel would be
Wait,
really
we're talking about
envious.
staging a death or bringing me back, and to me those are two very different things, right?
Well, we could do either. I could have you either pretend to be dead, or we could actually kill you and bring you back. Whichever way you want to do it.
Because here's the thing, right?
But you're a con man, and Big Jim's a con man, so I'm assuming that he's going to be able to tell if we do something that you're not actually dead. He'll figure that out right away. But if you're actually dead, and we get to carry your body away, and I get to bring you back later, then then you're literally right there in front of him dead, and he'd be like, haha, fuck you, he failed.
Yeah,
Right,
but that's
right.
like.
And then later on, I'll bring you back and you can be like, I'm back, motherfucker.
We really just
I
have
like
to
where
get
your
him
head's
to
at and your heart's
agree
But
at
to
maybe
Kitty.
I'm
pay
just
me
getting
to
too
do
high
it.
on my own perceived abilities now that I've, died and come back myself.
See, here's the
Death
thing,
does
guys.
do that to you.
If I just wanted to win, right? If I just wanted to get the painting, I could have done it just now, right? I could have fucking zooped his brain, turn him to mush for an hour, take the painting, walk out with him, have everybody witness him giving me this painting, and we would have been done with this thing. But it's not about that. I want to see him fall apart, right? So that's really the goal here. Let's start with an investigation. And frankly, I think the people of the Amnoon are going to be better off for it. So let's start off with an investigation, see what we can find. And I rarely say this, but we're going to be methodical, we're going to be calculated, and we're going to win.
Okay, I think that sounds like a good plan. So I start by talking to the sheriff guy for me. That's where you want me. Kalla is talking to the criminal element trying to get the job, maybe to kill you.
Galatar, a good place for you. I just thought about you talking to people, and my stomach kind of turned a little bit. Maybe a good place for you to start would be if you can go to like the archives and see if we can find the money trail of
Paper
people he's got
trail.
on his payroll. How
Sure.
much does and
File
see
a
if we can
tax return
find
request.
I'm actually a little persuasive. I know I used to be really bad at it, but I've actually gotten quite a bit better.
And look, he's so believable. He just wants to know things.
Yeah, as long as you're not
I'm-
asking me to lie,
and
to
yet
intuit
I'm
anything, to intimidate people.
That might
all right,
actually be
all right.
progress.
You could talk honestly. In terms of talking to the fucking narcs, I think that's probably a good place to start. But also, we should look at the money trail. How much
Well,
money
yeah.
is actually coming out of that casino? Profits versus how much money should realistically be coming in? Because I guarantee those numbers do not add up if a fine-tooth comb is run over them.
Yeah, I could
Right
stop and
on.
see if the city has well, actually, maybe the same place the guard captain would be would also have the city's sort of financial records and things. I could
Yes, great.
see. Do you
Galatar,
know how long
that's
he took over? Like when?
he said he's
He,
only been here a couple of years, so
okay.
check out that first. Galatar, you're on that. Alexa, you'll be looking at explosive options. Very good, very good.
Oh yeah, I can do the searching around too. I'm going to
Yeah,
the
searching
video
around
realm.
would be good. Kala's gonna talk to the criminal element. I'm gonna talk to the street children. Kitri, I don't know. Is there something you want to do, Kitri? What could you do to help the effort here?
I don't know. I mean, I can sneak around as an animal. I guess Alexa's really got capital on setting things on fire and sneaking now.
Yeah, she does.
Um,
Yeah.
oh, I guess I've been replaced. I'm really only good for bringing you back, I guess. I can make plants grow. Um,
What if like
I don't really know what I can do anymore.
That's okay, Kitri. Brina, what were
I
you
can
gonna
just
say?
sit here in this garden. How's that?
Kitri and I I don't know, go befriend some of the casino patrons or hang out with some of the guards. He hasn't seen our faces yet, and we are beautiful young women just dying
That's
to
true.
spend money. Oh, Mr. Whatever your name is. And then
Zalambur.
I don't think there's any
Zalambur.
test your strength machines here.
Big Jim, more like Slim Jim. Anyways,
No, he's really fat.
we test the waters, or
I think everybody's gonna know who we are.
that's true. I did forget
not from
we're
here.
international heroes.
There is that. I will say that being able to wild shape into
And
crows,
spiders,
ravens,
birds.
yeah, like you could do surveillance pretty easy on what.
Kitri, maybe you could see what you can overhear if you track Zalambur, right? Sit with, try, or like around the casino, if you could get somewhere and perhaps overhear, he's got to give instructions to his his baddies somehow, right? So if you
Probably
could
just
overhear, and we could at least get some people that we can go tap in terms of who knows what, right? See what you overhear. Turn into a ferret or something that can, sneak around. Like a spider, maybe. Perhaps a little roach or something. That could be fun. Have you ever been a roach before?
A louse and live in his hair.
A louse? It could be a louse. Yeah.
Gross.
I don't want to get washed.
Maybe don't.
If I was something on him physically, I wouldn't want him to be able to feel me.
A bacteria, perhaps. What is that? I have no idea. We haven't gotten that far in science.
Penicillin.
But I'd need someone to get me, I guess, in.
Named Sally.
I need someone to get me to him.
Question, Ryan, for the DM. If Kitri were to wild shape into an ant and crawl down down the throat of Zalambur, and then unwild shape,
he would go outside of him.
Okay, I was just curious.
An ant is probably too small for her to wild shape into.
A spider?
I think.
You swallow 7 spiders a year.
It's like tarantula size.
You swallow
That's
7
about the
druids in your
smallest thing you
sleep
could
every
be.
day.
Is like a bat or a spider that's like.
I was curious.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just curious.
So what I'm hearing is that there's a lower limit on us on it's specifically the size that I could wild shape into.
Yeah, kinda. Like there aren't stat blocks for anything that small and mechanics for how to notice that sort of
There's
thing.
not like a black widow.
There is a spider, but it's just a tiny beast,
Just
just like
one,
a hawk
yeah.
or something like that. But I would say like a good sized tarantula is about probably the smallest that you could shift your.
Well, Kitri, maybe you could go like try to overhear something in wild shape that might be helpful. Any information is useful at this point. We're trying to unmask a criminal network.
Does Big Jim like animals?
No, he hates most things that live and breathe, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, never mind. All right, I'll just do my best.
Okay, and Brina, you're with me. You're the muscle. In case we have to like scare some kids or something.
Yeah, I've always wanted to fight the child. So
Yeah.
should be fine.
All right, team. That sounds like a game plan. We also need somewhere to sleep tonight. Fuck. We'll need to find somewhere for that.
We have magic for that too.
Preferably 2 stars is kind of my lower limit at this point.
We could still sleep in the chateau. We don't have to.
But it's not regional, There's like such an opportunity to experience the local
customize
culture.
it to be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, but something local would be so cute.
And also, we're not supporting small business at that point.
Airbnb?
Oh, okay. I guess that's fine.
I don't want to sleep in someone else's ratty old sheets. They probably have sand lice around here.
How about we just, those of us who want to go find their own accommodations can, and the rest of us can stay in the chateau.
Well, I tell you what, I will, yeah, maybe, I don't know if maybe the chateau would be wise. Less opportunity for assassination. Yeah. Huh. Interesting.
Meet up and regroup. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, team, break. You have your missions. We'll meet up later this evening at an undesignated location.
Excellent.
And we'll find somewhere to sleep.
At an unknown hour.
Yes.
When you say undesignated location, like, is Alexa gonna how are we gonna find each other? Just
Who the fuck knows at this point?
Baby.
We always just end up running into each other. It's a big city. I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be fine. That's a good point.
Word.
Okay.
Can't wait to kick a child's ass.
So
Store
what
swipe.
is Alexa doing?
I was going to use Etherealness and scope out the place. Like, I want to go.
Okay.
This guy's about to get wrecked. We're
No.
releasing the full Trollskull
be
6 on this
specific later.
motherfucker.
All right, so you're attuned to that armor.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, Alexa's just kind of like floating around. Okay. And Keytree, you are doing surveillance?
Yeah.
Investigation?
Yeah. Surveillance, I guess. Perceiving.
All right. So how are you doing that? What does that look like?
Um,
What are you looking for?
if
I
I
love
could
this
get
idea.
to, I guess, what local animals, like, I'm assuming it's not like there's going to be a raven in the desert. So, like, what local, and would plan to wild shape into some sort of like local varmint, something that is seen commonly around the city.
So there are very evident rats here. There are hawks. There are like desert, like roadrunners, and like.
I'll be a fucking rat.
sparrows. Yeah. There are also.
And I'll just.
ghouls.
I'm gonna go just to the casino and be a rat.
Okay. So. I'm assuming. Do you wild shape outside the casino, or do you enter the casino and then wild shape?
I will be outside the casino in like an alley.
We can go
like
powder our noses together and then take
well, then
care
that
of our
requires
magical
me
business.
I just need to be in a place where like where rats would normally be able to get.
Like a bathroom?
Well, I
Can you
don't know
be
if
an
there's gonna be
invisible
rat
rat?
holes in the bath. I guess I could actually. I think I do have invisibility, and I do. I can concentrate on invisibility for up to an hour, so I could be wild shaped and invisible.
Yes, you could.
So, yeah, I'll do that.
So
We'll go to the
cast
bathroom.
invisibility in the bathroom. Shapeshift
Yeah.
into a rat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the first thing you notice is that rats can't open doors. So you either have to take up a momentary position and wait for the next guest
Well,
to come
I
in
can
and
open
like
the door
skitter
for
out.
That's what I was gonna say.
Or
That
Alexa
Alexa
opens it.
is gonna
Yeah.
open the door
Yeah.
for me,
Yeah.
unless she can't interact with physical things while she's
Well, no,
in
like
the
once we
ethereal
walk in, I
plane.
didn't know
Yeah,
how
while
the
she's
bathroom
ethereal.
was, but like, yes, if
Yeah,
it's
so
a
there's an
flush
exterior
door,
door, and then you enter the room, and there are like
they're not
3 or 4 stalls and a
barnyard
counter.
doors.
The stalls are, but not the hallway.
Ah, got ya.
Yeah, but easily enough, Alexa can sort
Before
of
my part.
hold the door out a little bit, and as you exit, then she can do her ethereal thing. Keytree, make
Would I be using the rat stats?
yes. Make a stealth check with advantage because you're invisible.
Let me go pull up a. I would just be a regular rat. Regular Zat. Oh my god.
Yeah, regular rat. Regular rat.
So stealth is your dexterity, so it's a d20
Yes.
plus the dexterity modifier.
Yeah, because I don't think they have a stealth bonus specifically.
No, it's plus 0.
Okay, 16. That's fine. So, what you're trying to do is weave your way around the heavy foot traffic, as there are many, many bodies moving. Most people are glued to a table, so like there are bodies milling about. Most of them are servers, and it takes you a couple of minutes to like acclimatize to their patterns because they tend to walk in the same paths. But you are able to sneak around and kind of get a better feel of the place. You see much the same thing that Kalla and Berty saw. There's an entryway that has some sort of like a counter that leads into another room. There's the sort of main area where all the gambling tables are. There's the special high stakes room. There's a bar kind of in the central area of the space, and there's a massive stage with all of the tables and booths for dining and entertainment. Over the hour, I will say that you are able to determine that at the end of the hallway that has the bathrooms, the door there leads to the office where the chief of security is. Like, that's his office. It's a man named Tavik, or Chief Tavik. So people typically just call him Mr. Tavik, sir. That's the big red-headed Norn. You learn that you can feel his footsteps when he starts moving, because he is a very large guy. You pick up some conversations, troublemakers, people who come in and kind of raise a ruckus at a table get sent to him, and he either gives them a talking to and sends them back for one more chance, or he physically ejects them from the premises. And if they really give him shit, he gives them a little beatdown before throwing them back out on the street. But he does it in front of all the guards, so everyone sees that it's a legit thing, and the guy was causing trouble. And it's a little cringy, but it's technically on the up and up. You take in a lot of sounds of people gambling and drinking and making merry. There are lots of musical numbers, some burlesque shows, some are like acrobats, jugglers. They have like an amateur magician come up and do like card tricks and stuff at one point. A couple of singers. And yeah, is there anything specific that you're looking for as you kind of meander about the first floor?
Specifically, while I'm invisible, I'd like to see if there's any. I guess I'd like to get out of the main casino space and into, like you said, like there's that back office or the kitchen. And while I'm invisible, specifically use any like available doorways. But as I'm getting close to the hour of losing my invisibility, finding like the rat holes or the holes in the wall that I could fit through, and then just like after the invisibility is up, sort of be like sneaking through the walls or the corners or whatever, and just stay as long as I can.
So what you find, you do manage to get into the security office at one point. There's just it seems like there are regular intervals where some of the Cavaliers come and check in just to tell the guy, Chief Tavik, what is going on, all clear, or like, hey, this guy just came in, he looks kind of shifty, we're going to keep an eye on him. But you manage to slip into the door. There's just a big desk at the top of the room, at the north side, a couple of chairs, some bookshelves behind the guy, not particularly full. They just got like a couple of tomes and some scrolls and stuff. There is a door that opens into the lobby area, and there's a door on the other side of the room that opens into the kitchen. At one point, a server comes in and sets a hot mug of coffee down on the desk, and as they pass back through the door, you manage to slip in, and you see it's a pretty standard kitchen. There's a massive wooden table in the center, big square table, a counter with some basins for water, big brick oven, domes of stone, kind of like on the north wall. A couple of closets with sacks of goods, grains, meats, spices, all that sort of stuff. It's pretty large pantry with like big barrels of beer, wine racks in the main kitchen area. There's a pair of double doors that opens onto the seating area in front of the stage where the servers constantly kind of bring food back and forth. There's also a smaller door on that same wall that leads into a sort of green room where people who are about to go on stage can kind of sit. It's got stools in front of these big mirrors, like vanities, where you can put your face on and stuff. There is an area behind the curtain, sort of backstage, that has another sort of not hidden, but like a long open room behind backstage where like crates and boxes and barrels and things with supplies for the shows are stored. And then on the opposite side of the stage, there's another kind of matching green room. It's slightly smaller. You gather this might be for VIPs because it's more richly appointed. But you notice that all of the walls are made of like solid stone. There's no woodwork here, so there are no rat holes and hidey holes. I would say from your scouting, you do notice that there is a door at the bottom of the stairs by the stage that seems to lead to the outside of the building, like an exterior exit. It is very heavily locked, and the guard is not terribly far away. There is a door behind the concierge desk in the lobby, but it never opens, so you are not able to squeeze in there.
Okay, well, if there's like no way that I can stay in there longer, invisible as a rat, and there's no way I can go as just a rat, like hiding, I guess I'll just leave before I come. Yeah, I'll like dash out the door.
I will say that in your rat form, you would also be able to climb those stairs and access that long hallway on the upper level that Bertie went through. There are a couple of doors on one side of that hall, none of them open, and you're able to get down to the room where the gladiator was standing, looking out through the glass at the lower level, and you see much the same thing. You see the double doors that eventually would lead into Zalambur's office, but they never opened while you're there. Ultimately, you are able to scamper out and get back into the alleyway well before your transformation or your spell would end. Alexa.
I have one retcon request.
Yeah?
Could, when we were all sitting together at our meal, could I have cast telepathic bond on all of us? Because
Sure.
we were probably there for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a like, oh, I should have done that.
And that lasts for an hour?
I will extend it so it lasts for 2.
Sweet. So yeah. Does that reach across planes?
That I do not believe, no.
Okay.
I will go ahead and post it. Telepathically bond, common language. Though it can't extend through other planes, so I can't talk.
So while you're ethereal, you can, but when you come back, you can.
But before I go ethereal, I will do something I haven't done in a very long time. Dig in my backpack to the very bottom of it and pull out my rouge, and I will use True Sight.
Okay. Because, yeah, that gives you true sight without concentration.
Yes. So, and I will also extend that for I get it so I have it for 2 hours.
Okay.
Yes, Queen. Yes. Yes. Pull out all the stops, guys. Where are your 8th levels? Your 9th level spells. This is what we need here.
It is a 6th level, yes.
So you hold the restroom door open and you hear Kitri's little rat feet scamper out into the hallway. You then close the door and shift yourself into the ethereal plane.
So yes, the first thing I'll do is try and retrace Bertie's steps, just to see what he saw and get to the guy's office. And I can hear. Because I always thought you couldn't, but I was rereading it and it says you can hear.
Yeah, you've got 60 feet of vision, but you can hear. So yeah, you take Bertie's description and you kind of hover over to the eating area. You are able to reach the stairway, and sort of like poking your head through the wall, you also see this green room that's pretty lavish. It looks like it's made for like 1 or 2 people at most at a time. You are able to stick your head through the door near the stairs and see it is an exterior access, so it just like goes into an alleyway behind the casino. You are able to float your way up the stairs, and as you proceed down the long hallway, you are able to see that in the rooms on the right side, which are over where the backstage area would be on the level below. The first two appear to be storage rooms. There are chests, crates, barrels, sacks, just all sorts of stuff. The first one actually has several wooden racks with like spears and swords, javelins, and things like that. It's like a small armory. The third room appears to be living quarters. There's a curtain that kind of divides the room loosely in two, and on the far side of that curtain, like behind it, is a bed and a small writing desk with a little stool and a chest. On the immediate, like when you first enter the room, on the front side of the curtain, there's just a small square table with two stools. The final room is a little longer, and it is another living space for two people. There are two beds on the south wall with little chests and two little tables with a couple of seats. Like guests or something might stay here.
Okay.
You are easily able to kind of float into the space where the heavy, not armored, but the sort of Spartan-looking muscular guard named Malum was standing, looking at the window. And you see, like, he currently is when you turn into the room. He kind of turns around and paces a little bit, gets a drink of water, kind of looks at the walls and corners, making sure everything's on the up and up, and then goes back to the windows, crosses his arms, and observes for a little longer. You are able to easily float through the doors. You see that there are two more guards in the little anteroom with the tapestry. There's like a little couch on the south wall. As you pass through the final two doors, you find yourself in what is Zalambur's office. He is not present. There are 3 pedestals on the north side, kind of spaced about 6 feet apart from each other. Each one has like a glass case with an object sort of hovering inside it or mounted on like thin little metallic sticks, kind of holding it up in a pristine position. There's a potted plant in one corner. There's a small sitting couch. There's a little cabinet with bottles and goblets and drinks on top. And there is a picture of what looks like a strapping young Elonian warrior with dark skin and sort of white, brilliant plate, like a breastplate, on a big sort of poof of curly black hair. And there is an empty space on the second wall. And a little twist where a painting used to be. On the desk itself, in front of those paintings, it's a wide wooden desk. There's a little green pen in an ornate golden holder and an empty wine goblet.
I actually love making things harder on myself.
Yeah, I'll go up to that space and just stick my head through and make sure it's solid.
Where the painting was?
Yeah.
So as you push your head through, you find yourself in a long, dark hallway. There is a wall like immediately beside your head when you poke it out. The office wall continues much further to the north, but when you poke out, you're like literally beside the wall and you see a hallway. You can tell by turning your head that it goes around the other way. You're kind of at the corner of the room, which you're in the corner of the office anyhow, so that makes sense.
Okay.
But it does appear to be a solid wall.
Oh my fucking god. I cannot believe
a couple
this.
of doors down the hall from you.
Alright. From here then, though, what's above me? I'll go up.
Like up in level?
Yes.
It takes a second. You pass through complete darkness and you can see nothing. And after a couple of seconds, you sort of emerge from thick slabs of stone looking out at the open sky. And to the south, you can just see about 15 feet away a sort of angled stone that rises up to another level that appears to have like an open air space in it that's just sort of open to the sky. Thick, like 4 pillars around it, kind of hold up the rest of the ziggurat over, and there's just sort of like an open space. odd architectural design, but Elonians are weird.
Yeah, I was hoping for an attic, and obviously there's not an attic. Well, I guess the last option is to just go all the way down and find a basement. And then any sort of sub-basement? Hidden sub-basement?
So from where you're standing, as you descend back, you find yourself in the southeast corner of his office, behind his desk where the paintings were. Continue down, and you find yourself behind the concierge desk on the first floor. So you've got there's a closed door there that leads in the direction you were just looking through the other wall.
I guess, okay, as you say that, I will try and go to the kitchen, and then in the kitchen I'll go down. If maybe that makes more sense, unless you were about to just tell me, oh, you're right there.
Well, I was going to say, you've not seen the kitchen, although I think Bertie probably could have told you.
Fair.
It's behind you to the west. It's in the northwest corner of the structure. So if you'd like to go there, you could.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that is where well, I guess I'm a hero. I can just drop straight down. I'll just go all the way down. I'll stick with plan A.
As you descend through the floor, everything just goes black.
All right, there's nothing
and you descend for several seconds, and it's just black, black, black.
All right, yeah, kitchen. I'll look for the kitchen.
You come back up until you once again see something, and then begin to head past westward through a wall, and you find yourself in what looks like an office. There's a large desk, and there's a big red-headed Norn man just sitting back, like filling out, scribbling furiously with a quill that's being pressed so hard it's bending in his hand. And you can see there's a door on the other side of the wall. Pass through that, and you find yourself in the kitchen.
Alright, I'll look under, see if there's anything.
As you pass down, it's just black.
Alright, this might have a secret basement.
Yeah, as you kind of float around the kitchen in search, there doesn't appear to be any hidden. There are no doors hidden by magic, because True Sight would detect them. And there don't seem to be any cellar stairs or anything. It looks like they keep most of their supplies here in the pantry and the closets in the kitchen.
So he's just gone with the fucking painting.
There is quite a bit more room eastward, like where the gambling stuff is, and the area behind the concierge desk and stuff like that. The building goes on for a ways east from there.
I mean, I guess I'll just keep searching. I mean, I can look around for 8 hours.
Okay.
Until I get bored.
What do you head to first? Where would you like to go?
I will stay on the first floor and head east. Yeah.
Okay. Ghost back through the security office. Ghost back into the lobby area. The first thing you notice is that the sort of open counter that is embedded in the far wall on the east wall of the lobby appears to be a coat check. So you like move your ethereal spirit form through that opening, and you find like just racks and racks of different outfits that people have left, or like paraphernalia. There are some crates and some racks where like weapons are not generally allowed in the facility, so they've been like tagged and put on the racks and things like that. You do not see the door that was behind the concierge. There's another wall in between where that would be, so as you stick your head through there, you find yourself looking at what should be a very long mirror that runs the length of a wall, but you see through it to the backs of card dealers sitting at tables, and you are able to view all the way across the gaming area down to the special high stakes rooms. You have just a perfect commanding view. The wall's about 40 feet long, and
so wait,
floor to ceiling.
This is behind the dealers.
It's like a one-way mirror.
It doesn't show the patrons' hands though. It's the dealers.
Correct. You're just like watching. You're able to see what's happening, and
it's like a play evaluation kind of thing.
Yeah. You see that there's behind the coat check, this space kind of like opens up a little to the left. There's a big table. It looks like commonly used. It's got some some dishes and cups still
Are
left.
there people
was a
in this
meal.
room?
In this particular room at the moment, there are not.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Good to know. Good to know for future fiery needs.
It does look like people were here recently. Like there's a meal that appears to have just recently been finished. There's still plates and things that have not been cleaned. There are many stools. There are a couple of small tables, and there is another door to the northeast, like in the far upper right corner of the room.
Head on that way, I suppose. Just keep looking.
As you open it, there's just a 5-foot square landing with another door across from it and a set of stairs that go up.
And then I guess if I just like stick my head out, it's the outside wall.
Actually, as you stick your head through that door, it's a little closet.
It's
But
a
then,
freaking
like,
bathroom.
leaning to the right, you lean through a wall, and you are outside again.
Okay.
Yeah. Proceeding up the stairs, I assume.
Yeah, so I guess that's the last wing.
You begin to hear voices.
Oh.
And as you emerge from the top of the stairs, you find yourself in a relatively small room. There is a rectangular table with 4 guards, or 4. They're not cavaliers. They are not in the outfits of the City Watch. These are rough-looking, scarred, grim types. 2 of them are kind of like particularly burly. 2 of them are a little more lithe. They're wearing clubs or scimitars, and they appear to be playing cards. There are 3 doors. One of them is slightly ajar, and as you kind of look over to it, you can see the hallway that you had put your head through and seen before. You're now at the opposite end. And you can see, looking this way, you see the wall that you stuck your head out, and the hallway kind of zigzags, and you can see it goes for a pretty significant way further down. There's another door immediately to the right of that is closed, and then there's another to your left on the south wall.
I'll just check the south wall real quick then.
This one's interesting. As you kind of lean your head through this door, there is a massive room. It's almost the exact size and dimensions of the gambling area below. And the floor has several very large one-way mirrors that look down below, and there are maybe 10 rough-looking, scarred, burly guards pacing around little metal rails that kind of run around the edges of the mirrors and prevent them from accidentally stepping on them. Just kind of looking down at the tables, keeping an eye on things. There are several that are very long and stretch over the recessed area from the first floor. There's another long one that runs above the 3 gaming tables by the big mirror wall downstairs. There's another long one that runs the length of the roulette table. There's a sort of T-shaped one that sits over the bar. There are small, just 5-foot square mirrors that seem to look down into each of the private card rooms. And then there are 3 long ones running parallel that seem to look down over the high-stakes tables.
So, does it look like there was any mirrors over our space where we were sitting downstairs?
Where you were sitting?
Were we sitting eating in like the dining area?
Why did you guys come here to eat?
Did we have free dinner?
I don't think you guys have come here to eat yet.
I think that was the original plan, but I think we ended up meeting outside and then dispersing from there.
Yeah, I know Kalla and Berty ate
missed
in the
the first
casino.
Yeah, I think you guys met and were discussing this in a sort of like garden area outside
Okay.
the city. I don't think you've been in here to sit
Did
down
not
yet.
gather that then. That's on me.
This room, though, having seen the area downstairs, this room has no view of the stage area. There is, in the southwest corner of this room, a big corner that juts out. It seems like there is a room here. There's it's hard to explain. See if I can just draw it on the map. So, where is my pen? So you've come through a door here where the circle is.
Mm-hmm.
There are mirrored floor bits like all over. So here, here, here. There's like a little AT-shaped one here where the bar would be downstairs. There are a couple down here. Square ones where the private games are. And then there's a door here on this wall. And that corner in the southwest seems to be a room, and there's a pretty heavy wooden door bound with iron that has a massive lock on it.
Oh, is it the treasure room? I start running. Oh, I don't think I can really run in ethereal form.
In ethereal form, like you kind of like swim through hard air. It's like walking along the seafloor. And as you reach that wall, as you poke your head through, you see what is effectively a room. I can draw this here. About that big. So can I delete the arrow? Alright, so yeah, you see a room that fills out that corner. There are shelves in the middle and along the edges that are just laden with shiny. There are like statues, there are crates, there are barrels that look like labeled with fine wine. There are jewelry boxes. There are piles of silk and velvet cloth. Just all sorts of like wealth is present in this room. And looking around quickly, you see on the west wall, right in the center, there is what looks like a massive adamantine vault door with a complex series of like dials and knobs and things. Like there's no handle or lock to speak of. It is just a massive, like, etched adamantine door.
And what happens when I try to go through it?
As you put your head against it, your head stops.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, it's 3 inches or whatever.
You're not sure. You go to press and you can feel the resistance of it. You move slightly to the right and start to put your head through the wall. Same thing. You start to feel this resistance and you cannot move forward.
Oh, shit. Okay. So I think this one really comes up to you because I did a little research on it, but we're gonna whip it out now. I pull out my detect magic wand and I do detect magic. And I don't know how that works between planes because it doesn't really say. Unless there's something specific about the ethereal plane.
See the objects. So I will say you get a strong aura of abjuration magic from the door.
But I can't. Oh no. Do I do the dumb thing?
Yes. If you need my permission, I think you should. For what it's worth.
So I will share with you guys on Foundry now a sort of rough sketch of the first floor and how it's laid out.
Whoa.
Oh.
So the blue dots are the ceiling mirrors or the long wall mirror or the window that the gladiator guy was looking out of on the upper floor. The red square is the space occupied by the second floor balcony that looks out over the stage area.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're here to gather information. We're not going to do anything day one. Nothing bad's happened. So,
You shoot your shot, baby. You go for it.
I wish I could be in this room, and I attempt to dispel the magic.
You wish you could be
I wish I use it to cast Dispel at level 9 to
level 8.
8. Thank you. Yes.
So you
I don't
cast
know.
that on the door.
Yes. Wherever I can see the source of the abjuration magic.
Right, so the aura of abjuration is on the door, and as you cast the spell on the door, man, can you cast dispel magic across the planes? I don't think you can interact with things.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you'd have to be there, because etherealness says you ignore all objects and effects that aren't on the plane. Yeah, so like you can see them, but I don't think you could dispel the magic without being on the plane.
Well, then if the effect's not on... So...
Yeah, just detect magic is weird. Because like you can see the thing, so you can see that it has the aura, but like you're not actually affecting it, you're just perceiving it. So I'll allow detect magic to work, but I don't think dispel magic would.
So, okay, so I would know that then?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, then, oh, go ahead.
I'll tell you what, since it's the wish spell and wishes,
Oh.
I'll allow it. So you are seeing this aura with your wand in hand, and you say, I wish that the effect causing this aura would dispel. And you watch as a shimmering magical glyph on the door swells with a bright light and then just shatters and is gone.
Well, that seems like that was a bad move, actually, then in retrospect.
And you've seen similar magics before. You understand that this was a glyph of warding that you have dispelled on the door itself.
Yeah.
All right.
You also gather that that was just powerful enough to dispel it.
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I was saying, I think Glyph of Warding was the high one. I was about to look it up.
Briefly, you saw the glyph itself, and it looked fairly elaborate.
Yeah, alright. I will take a big deep breath and try to go through now.
As you approach the door, you are once again met with resistance.
Balls! So yeah, what does the aura look like now from Detect Magic?
You see no aura.
Okay.
The door itself no longer appears to be enchanted.
Huh. Would I have any idea what might do that then?
Make an Arcana check.
Thank you. Oh, 16. That's terrible.
I mean, you know that there are spells in the Abjurations school that can prevent entry to a place. Seems reasonable it would be one of those.
But I can't even see it. Oh, that is the frustration. I think then, to not take up too much more time, my final attempted action, will be to send Berty a message, and it is a 5% chance to fail between planes. And I will just try and send it to him and say, well, I found the treasure room part 1, but there's a big door I can't even get through on the ethereal plane.
And it does make it through.
All right. That's something. Good job, Alexa.
I'll spend some time for the deliberate purposes of teleportation to commit this room to memory so that I am excessively familiar with it for the purposes of teleportation.
Okay. Yeah, it is a catalog of wealth. There are many statuettes of various materials: bronze, silver, gold, um, and like I said, lots of crates, lots of barrels with a variety of things in them. What look like a couple of magically animated snow globes, like jewelry boxes,
Oh,
and
really
just
would love those snow globes.
a host of expensive looking pieces of art. Yeah, you were able to get to know it.
All right. Yeah, I'll just close out there for me. Unless you want to stick me somewhere else.
Yeah, it's easy enough to find your way out. I would say if you go straight down, you find yourself in a storeroom behind the bar. It's just got like kegs and kegs of ale and like a couple of shelves of wine, stuff like that. Yeah. So with that, we will go to Galatar, who I believe is going to talk to Captain. What was his name? Captain Rahim.
Yeah. Galatar will go check in with Captain Rahim first.
Absolutely. Easy enough to find him at work at the Cavalier headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing you arrive, a little surprised, but well, like happy to see you. Welcomes you nicely enough.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me back. I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you have just a minute?
Of course, of course. How can I be of help?
I was just curious to learn a little bit more about the casino. It seemed like they've been poaching many of your officers and things for sort of off-time duty and then, paying them to kind of come on full time. I just wanted to learn a little bit more about it.
Well, unfortunately, the city wages are not, incredibly high. The off-duty officers are free to pursue extra work if they are not too tired, and Zalambur, for all his faults, pays them handsomely. I don't mind so much that they take the jobs there. It keeps things on the up and up. I trust my men. They keep an eye on things. I am not a fan of their security chief, Tavik. He's a bit rough for my taste, but so far he has not crossed any lines legally.
Just rough as in violent towards those that they do
If
not
people
like?
fight back or give him a hard time, he can be very extreme in his persuasion to make them leave. But sometimes, when you have too much wine, you need to have your ass kicked.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Did
people
he
go
come?
crazy about their money sometimes,
Yeah, I would imagine in a place like that, you probably could lose your entire life savings in the blink of an eye.
Good indeed.
Did he come with him when sorry, what is the owner's name again?
Zalambur.
When Zalambur took over, did his head of security come with him then, or was he already part of the town before that?
I do not believe he brought him from wherever he came from. Zalambur, as far as I know, is from Elona, but the Norn just showed up at some point. I don't have any records on him personally.
Oh, sure. And then I just wanted to ask a little bit about the casino, because I am just curious. Is it something, Zalambor seems like he's been such a wonderful philanthropist in the community. I've heard some very good things from people kind of out and about, but I noticed when you and I were talking that you just said for all of his problems. So I was just wondering or curious if, there are things that we, while we are in town, at least should be wary of or perhaps could be helpful towards in keeping an eye out or anything like that.
Zalambur is a pompous windbag. I personally just find him exasperating. He is endlessly preening and throwing his money around, and I just find it distasteful. He is arrogant, he is overbearing, and he has far too high an opinion of himself. That being said, a great deal of the profits from his casino are sent to the refugee camps, or to the Temple of Cormir, or to the orphanages. It is how he has garnered so much goodwill among the people, and even some of the councillors. There are cynics who say they are in his pocket. Others say he has earned his reputation. I have long suspected him of dealing with the Hamasin. I assigned Deputy Kais to investigate that, but so far he has not been able to turn up any proof.
Yeah, you had mentioned that, I think, last time we met, that you had suspected he may have ties to that organization, but it sounded like your guide was now giving you kind of the it's all good without digging much further into.
Kais is just not telling me anything these days. It's been some time since I had a report from him, and even the ones I had recently were light on the details.
Do you think he's okay? Have you seen him at all still in town?
From time to time, my men see him skulking around outside the casino. But as for what he's up to, when we approach him, he vanishes, disappears into the back alleys, and we lose him. He's a capable officer and able to evade us when he wishes to do so.
You wouldn't happen to have any of his effects or anything here, would you?
Well, yes, actually. Here, he reaches down, he pulls up a little bronze. I don't know the term for them. They're like cloak pins. Like when you have a cloak around your shoulders and you pull the thread through and put a needle through, and it's got like a disc to hold it in place.
Oh yeah, kind of like a clasp sort of thing for the cloak, but
like a clasp,
yeah.
yeah. And it's stylized as a raptor, kind of curled in a circle, with a cavalier with a long spear as the needle that kind of passes through like under the arm of the cavalier.
Yeah.
The sigil of their city watch. This was his cloak clasp. He left that here with his uniform when he went to begin his investigation.
Oh, okay. If it's okay with you, I don't want to do this without your permission, but if it would be of help to you to be able to find and locate your officer, to be able to talk to him and perhaps figure out what is going on, I could assist with that. I could help to try and scry for him, so I might be able to give you and your men a location of where he is.
I have a feeling if you spend enough time outside the Grand Sahil, you will see him. I can... one moment. He goes over and starts rummaging through papers, and eventually comes up with a little stack about a centimeter thick, and he starts thumbing through parchments. Here it is. And he pulls out like a personnel record, and it's got like a really fine pencil sketch of this guy. This is his likeness, so if you should see him, you would know him. He has a long scar under his left eye, sort of in a T shape or a star at the very bottom, just under his cheekbone.
Okay, good to know. I'll keep an eye out for him and see if, if we find him, perhaps we could talk to him or help you figure out what has happened. Just to at least make sure he's okay.
Find him and question him. It would be greatly appreciated. The Trollskull Six, with all your reputation, perhaps you can succeed where we have failed.
Hopefully we may be able to make a difference and not make things worse. We tend to have to be a little careful of ourselves as well.
Please do so. He was a good officer. I would hate for him to be harmed.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I'm just curious. It seems like the casino kind of came out of nowhere a couple of years ago, that this gentleman came in, took over the casino, and has become, the city's leading philanthropist, involved in the politics of the city, at least in regards to getting several of the council members on his side. It does seem a bit strange, that he would have so much money and be able to kind of make all these investments into the city, and yet have so much wealth to continue the grandeur of the casino itself. Yeah.
Well, I mean, not so much. The structure itself existed long before. It's one of the oldest buildings in the city, and it was sort of falling apart. It had become a haven for the criminal element in the city, but it was a how you say, a known danger, a place we knew we could go to find answers with certain problems. And it was not necessarily a large threat. The criminals who populated it were not particularly skilled, shall we say. But when Zalambur showed up and acquired it, instead of running it as a sanctuary for those types of people, he turned it into a more high-class location. I started catering to nobility first. It has recently, in the last 2 years or so, opened its doors to more common folk with lower stakes games. But the amount of money flowing in from the nobility was quite large, and the taxes he pays the city are also not insignificant. The only question I had was where his original money came to do the renovation, to improve it. But
Yes.
I did not know Zalambur before he became the owner. I assume he inherited wealth or brought it with him to the city.
Yeah, it does seem strange that he would have such initial capital, especially because I find myself very familiar with much of the nobility being from Divinity's Reach and being somebody that loves to study Elonian culture and other cultures within Tyria. So, nitpickly, I have not heard of everybody, but I generally, if I hear like a key name, would know like a family or something, but his name does not bring.
I mean, we have nobility here in Elona that are not tied to Crichton.
Oh, no, I'm saying I study lots of nobility, Elonan as well. So I grew up as somebody that liked to study the nobility of Divinity's Reach and then branched my studies elsewhere.
The princes of Vabi and the Primeval Dynasty. We have many refugees from Vabi, from Korna, from Istan, any of the domains of Palawa Joko who flee for freedom and bring their family fortunes often wind up here. It's one of the reasons the city itself became so large. 250 years ago, this was little more than an oasis along a trade route. So
Interesting.
the nouveau riche and the fleeing wealthy are something of a familiarity here.
Good to know. Well, I keep that in mind. Don't want to take up any more of your time. I was just curious. I was wanting to do some research into the financial records of the city for my own sort of personal interests. Is there an accounting office or a tax collector office somewhere that would have sort of the city's records that I could peruse? Do you have to get special permission here?
Well, no, we do not have a special office. I keep the tax records here.
Oh.
It's the duty of the Cavaliers to enforce the laws of the council. So, I mean, I've got ledgers here if you want to see them.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I would take anything that you have related to both the casino itself, but now under previous ownership, as well as anything you might have with any other businesses that you felt are related to the casino or have had concerns about. It's probably not anything. I just like to satiate my curiosity when I'm in a place and something doesn't feel quite right.
Oh, we shall see what we will find. He steps into a back office and calls one of the other guys over. And they start rummaging through files, and after a couple of minutes, they bring out a couple of ledgers. Make an investigation check for me.
Yeah.
See how your accounting skills go.
Yeah, let's see how it is. All right, what is my investigation? It is +11. Ooh, nice. 26.
26. Okay. So before the Grand Sahil became a casino, truly, it was just like a rundown tavern. The taxes it paid were nominal. They weren't even really like worth noting in the ledger. Every now and then there would be a slight uptick, not with any sort of regularity or pattern, really just like a random influx. And he kind of, when you point that out to him, he says, yes, that's probably where the old smuggling networks would come into play. They'd get like a shipment of goods, there'd be a little infusion of cash as wealthy corsairs would come in and spend the money. There are reports where they had been busted on a couple of occasions for not paying the taxes that were due. You know, people did some investigating and found like hidden caches of wealth under the floorboards that weren't being reported and stuff. But like tax infrastructure in this city is not like modern America. It's not as complex or robust. Yeah. And then there's a marked difference, a separate ledger even, when the Grand Sahil became a thing. And it started off like lowish, you know. There was a sudden expenditure, like you're not looking at the books of the casino, but
right.
He points out like all the different construction records of like the crafting guilds in the cities, like the stonemasons, the carpenters guild, the like the metalsmiths guild, and people who came to do renovations and do installations. There are like letters of attestation or like testimonials from like practicing mage crafters who like helped install the enchanted lights that the place uses, with a general report of it. Like it's not a financial ledger, but they kind of say like, oh yeah, you know, like I did some work and it cost about this much, what I charge. And
in hearing that, do they mention anything that would be of significance, like any special, especially I guess with the mages, like any sort of magical enchantments or things that Galatar would clock as being like particularly of interest in terms of security or other things?
In these, not so much. This is mostly just like lighting, some like stone shaping to do like structural reinforcements, mending, and stuff like that. Yeah, it's pretty run of the mill actually. Interesting perhaps for the lack thereof.
Yeah.
Yeah, and quite expensive. Maybe not as much as you thought, but then if you're going to pay for enchantments that aren't on the books, that maybe where more money went. You know, it's kind of hard to tell.
Okay.
But as for the regular infusions of you know, it's not so much like income tax based on what you report, because they don't have an IRS here.
Yeah.
But periodically, an officer is sent to sit down and kind of evaluate things with business owners, and there's a pretty healthy amount of cash that comes in. With a 26 investigation, you're able to determine that like the amount that comes in is high, but Amnoon also doesn't just like rob people of all their profits. They don't have like progressive tax brackets or anything. So like there's a couple hundred gold that come in, you know, every 6 months or so to the city, and then there are records that he can show you of like the donations to the orphanages, ongoing projects at like the Temple of Cormyr. Specifically, there was the recent expedition to send some folks out into the desert to the Great Temple to Cormyr that's like out in the middle of the Crystal Desert, as a sort of expedition to recapture, like retake it from the desert, from the wilds, and fortify it, make it a safe place for travelers, potentially opening up travel again.
And he was a big funder for that.
Yeah, his donation was pretty significant. He wasn't like the sole party, but he was a significant investor.
Okay.
And there are like records of his donating to festivals in town, for different like seasonal events like the solstices, and also like the festivals of the gods. There's even a mention of like a not quite mysterious, but a sudden and unexpected donation of like crates of weapons for the Cavaliers and for any like extra mercenaries or things that the city might want to hire, that he just like spontaneously showed up and gifted one day, and nobody really knew why. He just said, you know, he cared about the defenses of the city, and there's even like a letter to Captain Rahim from Zalambur explaining like, you know, I'm just doing my part, civic duty. You never know, it's a dangerous world. Here's some weapons. And they were finely crafted and like well made.
About when was it that he gave the weapons? Like how long ago, I guess?
That particular event happened about 8 months ago.
Okay. Is there anything that I guess as Galatar is trying to think of like why he might you know, like it's oddly curious to specifically go out and buy weapons in a place that seems like it.
As you're looking at it, Raheem explains and just says, "This was about the time things sort of started to heat up a little bit around here. There has always been strife between Palawa Joko and the Order of the Sun Spears, but when the Mordant Crescent, Palawa's elite guards, discovered that Sun Spears were showing up in Amnun to request our aid and our alliance, he then sent his emissaries and things began to get kind of tense, and so I think this was Zalambur's way of trying to wiggle his way into my good graces. Or to curry favor with the councillors, or the people of the city, or all of the above, because the man is slime.
Yeah, something, and I don't mean this, you know, would never act without justification or things, so you don't have to worry about that. It's just something about this man seems so deeply off, both in terms of the game he is playing with the city's political structure and also with these sort of finances and other things to show up out of the blue, and something is just not adding up, and I can't quite put my finger on. That gives me a bad feeling.
Oh, I have never had good feelings about Zalambur. The man just rubs me the wrong way.
Well, if it is okay with you, once I finish looking through these records just a little bit more, I would like to just sort of keep my eyes open in the city and see if I might be able to notice anything unusual and bring it to you. I think there's got to be something that we're missing.
I mean, potentially. We are, after all, only human. But if your group should find more information, especially things that point to his guilt, please, by all means, share them.
Will do. We will bring you, if we come up with anything, I will bring it to you. And I will also let you know about your friend, the deputy. I will keep an eye out for him and see if we can't figure out what's maybe happened to him and see if that we can get him to safety.
I would be greatly in your debt if you did. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you mind if I, for that purpose, borrow this file, the personnel file, at least the picture and the clasp?
Feel free.
Thank you. That would be a great help.
Like
and then I
salute?
guess, yeah, Galatar will kind of just double check and make sure he's not missing anything obvious and head back towards the casino.
All right. Yeah, seems like that's pretty much the information that the cops have, which kind of tracks because if they had more on him, they would have pinned it on him and he'd be in jail.
Yeah, it just seems. I guess part of what I was trying to figure out is if anything unusual in the city, like, seemed that stuff had started maybe happening too financially around the time he'd come in, but it sounded like that wasn't the case.
Yeah, not really, not so much.
Cool, good to know.
All right. Kalla. Talking with the criminal element.
Yeah.
What's that look like?
Well, first, as we have the telepathic link, right?
Hmm?
So while I'm walking away, just to clarify, like, this guy Big Jim, he committed crimes in LA, right?
Yeah.
So
We ran all
Inspector
sorts
Keel
of.
would know him. Probably hates him.
I mean, he's one of those guys, right? Who, like, somebody gets arrested for something, and Ellen would be like, damn, I fucking know this is one of Big Jim's guys, but have no ties back to Big Jim on which to pin him. So, like, I'm sure she might know about him, but, like, you know, also probably back then we were relatively small time, right? We were running street cons, like, I don't know how much we were popping up on her radar. Maybe.
I mean, I'm thinking maybe we talk to her. She talks to the council.
I should probably talk to her. I'll
talk to her. No, you've got a lot of other stuff to do.
No, it's fine. No, I've got plenty of time. I'll talk to her. I feel like, honestly, we have kind of an intimate.
You shouldn't have to do that much work.
No,
right?
I feel like, no, honestly, I feel like I should probably.
I mean, you're looking a little tired.
That's adorable. No, honey, I don't look tired. No, no, I've never looked tired. Honestly, I should probably talk to her. I feel like we know each other so well at this point.
I think she's
appreciate
back
that,
at the
though.
casino.
Yeah, I'll go back there. Don't even worry about it. Why don't you go do your thing, and I'll talk to Ellen, and it'll be good. I feel like we haven't always seen eye to eye, but I feel like we could see eye to eye on this. You know?
Yeah. I'm just thinking though if we can get the council to agree that
Yeah,
if we
I'm actually
find
really
Big
good at that
Jim
kind of
here,
thing.
they
Right.
let us take him back to LA. And then we can do
Right.
all this with diplomacy. We don't have to fight anybody, you know.
I will relay that message.
All right, so I'm gonna go look for some criminal types in dark alleys,
Okay.
I guess.
I mean, with your background and your perception, it's easy enough to find shady-looking people in the dark alleys. It's another thing to approach them
Yeah.
and ask them. So we'll say that like are you searching like near the Sahil?
I don't think I'm gonna start near the casino because it seems like they would definitely be more like his people. I'm gonna start with other people.
So you're like walking along rooftops and you see this sickly looking guy dressed in just like moldy looking gray rag tunic, you know, bare feet, dirty, disheveled hair, you know, like a couple of teeth missing. You see him hanging around like the corner of an alley, and when a guy with his like stall with a bunch of like fruit and fresh fish and stuff turns to go do something at the stall next door and like have a chat with the next stall keeper over, this guy kind of leans around the corner under the counter and like grabs it's a small little purse, but you can tell it's a coin purse, and he just darts into the alley and starts running, and it's super easy for you to catch up with him. I would just say, do you drop in behind him or in front of him?
In front of him.
Right. The massive char figure of Kalla, presumably just decorated with blades of variety of type, just soundlessly falls down in front of this guy, and he just immediately there's a brief sort of huh! shout, and he starts backpedaling. His foot slips, he gets ass down on the ground, and he's like trying to scramble wide-eyed away. Coin purses drop, you see like coins scatter out on the ground.
I just want some information.
He just like freezes and is looking at you in wide-eyed terror.
I'll do this whole conversation in Thieves' Cant.
Okay.
So, I'm new in town, kind of looking for some work. Wanted to know who I should talk to.
Just moved here, starting up my own fishing shop, you know, looking for a new reel.
Yeah.
Like he kind of like cocks an eyebrow at you, and he doesn't go to get up. He very slowly kind of takes a sitting position, kind of pulls his legs into a crisscross position, folds his arms and looks at you, and then glances down, sees the coin purse, and very slowly kind of reaches out and starts gathering the coins. What was it you asked him? Looking for work?
Looking for work, and like, who should I talk to?
Let's see. Yeah, man, he looks at you for a minute and says, I don't know how successful you would be in this city, Char. There are not many of your kind here, and you stick out somewhat.
I'm very good at what I do.
You are very large, and yet very quiet. And I can see you favor the blade. Perhaps you could find work at the docks? Maybe one of the Corsair crews is hiring.
Hmm.
Might check with Agasaya, the Shrieker. I know that her crew is in town. They should be leaving sometime soon on another job.
What do you know about the casino?
Kind of like, I know better than to fuck with it. Why?
Seems like there'd be a lot of gold there.
I'm sure there is, friend. There are also a lot of guards. I don't know if you've been inside, but half the freaking city guard works there.
Yeah. I mean, the job's not very fun if it's not very dangerous.
Speak for yourself. Huh.
What do I know about the Corsairs? Do I know anything about them?
From your time in Lion's Arch, you know that they're pirates. They're just the pirates of the southern seas,
So they like
the
don't
Alonian territories.
they don't work like in the city.
I mean, you've lived in a pirate city long enough to know that you got to trade your goods somewhere. You know, and when pirates make berth, you know, they come ashore and conduct business in town. They don't typically like, you know, leave on horseback and go deeper inland if they can help it, but they certainly have land-based connections.
All right, I'm gonna pull out a couple of gold.
His mouth literally starts to water.
You know anything about Zalambur?
I know he is a pretty parrot. And he knows it. And he enjoys knowing it, and knowing that other people know that he knows it.
You know of anybody that has it in for him?
Half of the council. Captain Rahim of the Cavaliers.
Somebody that like might want to take his place if he's gone?
Take his place. I mean, he has a big Norn security man working for him who could take ownership of the casino, I suppose. There's also Malum, the fighter. I know he runs security work for him. Bodyguard. Mean son of a bitch. Not too bright though. I don't know if he would step into a management position.
You know anything about the Hamasine?
Agasaya, the Shrieker. She's one of the Hamasine.
Alright.
They have to have someone to take them across the water.
Yeah.
The Hamasine run from here all the way to Istan. Do you not know this?
I'll give him the gold and then I'll go check out the docks, see if I can find the Shrieker.
Yeah, as you turn to leave the alleyway, after handing him the gold, you hear it tink into the pouch, and yeah, you catch just the faint whisper, "May your roads lead you to warm sands." And yeah, the docks, they're outside the city walls, but the gate guards are familiar with the large, well-armed char at this point. It's easy enough to find your way to the docks. How do you go about finding Agasaya the Shrieker? Is it, but by that I mean, like, are you trying to find criminals to chat up? Are you investigating on your own, like looking for visual clues, or?
Yeah, are there any of the ships that obviously look like a pirate ship and not like a more formal, well-disciplined crew?
The crew, you mean? I would say
Yeah.
most of the ships just look like ships. It's kind of
Yeah,
hard
but
to
if they all have the
differentiate.
same, I feel like if they all have nice uniforms or like the same look, that's probably like,
You know,
I don't know.
one of the things you notice is that most of the common sailors don't wear uniforms. It's mostly just like canvas, stuff that is not likely to get bleached or easily destroyed by sun and wind. There are like 3 or 4 ships. We'll say like it takes you like the better part of an hour to really walk the docks, but you're very observant. There are like 3 or 4 ships that have crews that are a little more rough looking, like significantly tougher looking, kind of grim dark, and they don't just look like sailors who are happy to be employed.
Yeah.
You know, kind of standing watch at the edges, you know, people leaning out over the bowsprit, just giving people dirty looks to keep them away from the ships. And like you see, there are a couple of kind of shifty looking berths. Make an investigation check for me. 23. With your passive perception, as you're narrowing down your options, I will say you notice one of these rough-looking ships up on the deck where the steering column is. You notice that one of them has a captain who is dressed in deep red silks with pretty intricate like gold embroidery. It looks like some sort of fanciful like crashing wave design. She has what looks like a lion guard leather tricorn hat, which is odd because it's very much standing out against the rest of her aesthetic. She carries like a long jeweled silver looking saber that's very clean, and she sticks out. You think you might have identified at least one of the more notorious captains. And her people notice you because you weren't noticeable.
Yeah, I'll just walk up to the ship, I guess.
Yeah, there's a plank leading down to the dock. As you get near the plank, there's just a shrill, sharp whistle from one of the guys up in the rigging who's just like kind of hanging monkey style. You know, just one arm kind of loosely gripping on, like casual. But he's a pretty big guy. You notice like he is holding his weight very well. He's a pretty tough guy. He whistles, and the captain sort of looks up at him and then looks down to where he's looking. You see her brow furrow in total confusion, looking down at you. She takes a couple of steps over to the edge of the plank, sort of leaning against the gunwales, arms crossed. And what, pray tell, can I do for you?
Well, I'm gonna be in town for a while. I'm bored and I'm looking for work.
Work, you say? And how did you come to search for me? What makes you think I have work for you?
Well, where I'm from, the kind of work I do, you gotta be careful about where you do that in a particular city, or you piss off the wrong person and then you end up dead. And in this city, you seem to be that person.
Well deduced. Come aboard. Let's talk.
Yeah, I'll walk on the ship.
She takes a couple of steps back and leans up against the mainmast, arms still crossed, apparently not very concerned about you coming on board. You see the crew are all looking at you, but Some of them are still tying ropes and doing other things. Or just every now and then they flick their gaze to you, and then they continue what they're doing. They're clearly paying attention. There is a very large man with dark black skin, hair short cropped, flat on top, clean shaven, rippling with muscle. He's just got like a canvas tunic on, kind of split a little low down with some loose laces that aren't tied well. Big red sash, heavy, thick scimitar hanging from his sash. He is currently leaning one arm over the steering wheel, just watching things. And the woman says, "I am captain here. My name is Saida. Some people call me the Sly. It's a family name. I too understand the desire to work behind the scenes. A word in the right ear or a dagger in the right back saves both time and money. I appreciate your discretion here. So tell me, what kind of work is it you do?"
Well, lately I've mostly been hired to kill random stuff. But what I really like to do is steal things.
Wet work and acquisitions. Fair. Well, before I can guarantee you work, I would have to see a bit of action, I think. I have a very capable crew here on the Leviathan. I have never worked with a Char before. Your people have a very bloodthirsty reputation.
Yeah.
I hope it is well earned.
It is.
We sail in 3 days' time. If you wish, you may accompany us and prove to me that you can be of use. While on my ship, you will be fed, protected, and if I do not like what I see, I will simply leave you to the crushing blue depths. She gives you a long smile.
I mean, this seems fair. What do you know about Zalambur?
A pig. An arrogant pig. A rich, arrogant pig. Why?
I've heard his name a couple times. People say he's like head of some kind of thieves guild or something, but he didn't seem the type.
Zalambur is the head of nothing. He plays with his toys in the sand. He runs the Grand Sahil casino in town. It is a very prosperous establishment.
You know anybody that might want to get rid of him?
I mean, I would like to see him dead just for my own edification, but not for any particular purpose. I just dislike the man. I find him abrasive.
I mean, I could probably kill him.
If that is your wish, he would not be missed, except by those to which he donates his considerable wealth. But there are other wealthy patrons in the city. Perhaps I myself could take up some of that slack, should some of his fortune become available for my own dispensation.
I mean, that could be possible. You
are a strange Char.
Yeah.
come to my ship unasked and offer to destroy a man so beloved by the people here,
Well,
and a new fish as well.
the thing is, I know somebody that wants to see him really embarrassed.
Stand him in public, he will embarrass himself.
They want to find some kind of like scandal or, something that could expose him in front of everybody, embarrass him in front of the council.
She takes a couple of steps forward, gets kind of... She doesn't get like up in your face, but gets into your personal space and kind of lowers her voice. Says, as much as we may dislike this man, he is very influential, and he has the ability to make trade extremely difficult. He is, for all his faults, savvy and cunning. I could tell stories that would curl your hair, but I will not speak them to the Cavaliers. Finding evidence to publicly shame this man would be an extremely difficult feat. As the consummate gambler, he plays everything very close to his chest.
If somebody did want to find evidence, any idea where they might start?
Find some way to observe him covertly, in the most private places where he lairs. That is where he conducts all his business. I think he is perhaps too smart to leave evidence lying about. Most of what we do here, we conduct through word of mouth only. Putting your deeds on paper is the surest way to get caught. She leans in a little closer. But the criminal knows this. She kind of squints at you and is looking very suspiciously at you.
Yeah. Yeah, but sometimes people do stupid things like keep ledgers.
That would be extraordinarily stupid. In the type of work you are accusing this man of.
All right. Well, I guess I'll see you in 3 days.
I look forward to it. I didn't catch your name.
It's Kalla.
Kalla. I am Saida, Captain Saida, and this is my quartermaster Kiango. And Kiango just nods silently.
I'm just gonna leave.
She walks to the gunwale, and as you descend the plank and walk up the dock, she just stares at you. Like you make it all the way like to the end of the dock and start heading up the stairs towards the main gate. Like you look over your eyes, she's still watching you. Yeah.
I don't care.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to look for?
I guess that's it.
Berty and Brina.
Gosh. Wow. Here we are.
What are you doing?
All right, Brina. We need to talk to Inspector Keel, which I feel like I should probably do alone. And then we need to talk to some straight children. Now, you off the bat are going to intimidate them, okay?
Which is a good because.
But the trick with them is you have to. You can't just offer them money. You can't just offer them. You have to offer them a truly a way out, a fresh start. It's gonna be tough. They don't like to snitch easy, but we're gonna do our best, and you might have to be rather intimidating.
Well, when I was a child, we would just kind of go toe to toe with bears for a little bit of wrestling every now and then.
Right.
And
We're gonna enter a moral and ethical gray area, okay? And I used my punch card, so I need you to be all right with that.
So yes to bears.
Right. Okay. Good. I think we're on the same page. We'll head to where the inspector is. We'll start with her, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find a set of small, like apartment-style rooms that have been set aside for guests of the city, people who have come to visit the counselors, emissaries. Oddly, you are directed to where Inspector Keel is staying, and you notice that, like, 3 doors down, there is a tall, withered, shrunken skinned, like, figure. It's a male wearing what looks like an Egyptian skirt, like a white linen lower part of a tunic, bare from the waist up, clearly like a desiccated corpse.
Whoa.
Skin pulled extra tight over super lean muscles. What looks like a crescent-shaped headdress on their head. Like a big chunk of the chest just missing. And you can see, like, instead of like the pinkish red of exposed muscle, it is like a black, necrotic-looking meat. The face is like shrunken and gaunt. Teeth and jaws prominent. The eyes like bloodshot and jaundiced. And it is standing there with what looks like a black steel khopesh, the old Egyptian like question mark looking sword. And it's just standing perfectly still outside the door, like 3 doors down from Inspector Keel's room. Inspector Keel has a lion guard standing in similar fashion outside of her door. Long yellow coat, tricorn hat. He sees you, nods.
Walk up to him. Yeah, I need to speak to Ellen.
I need to speak.
Of course. He knocks. You hear, "Come in."
See, Brina, could you just
I'm going to see you, Inspector.
wait outside for this? Yeah.
Just gestures in.
All right, Brina, if you just wait outside for this, I feel like this is gonna get. I feel like this is going to be a heart-to-heart between me and Ellen.
Okay, but just tell her I said hi.
I will tell her you said hi. Okay.
Brina's gonna like post up next to the guard, like on the other side of the door. Just for, like, the
double duty.
He looks over as he pulls the door shut. You post up, and he looks over. He smiles a bit. Hi.
Hi.
I'm Bren. It's nice to meet you. Big
Bren?
fan.
Oh.
Hell yeah, Wayne Gretzky, take those shots.
That's right. Oh yes, King.
Thank you. It's nice.
He's just a fan.
Our work is appreciated.
Yeah. I mean, you guys saved our bacon a lot of times. Yeah, it's good to meet you.
Yeah, Bren,
Cool,
right?
Stand a post? Yeah, Bren.
Oh, word. I'm Brina. I'm like Bren, but longer.
I never thought about that.
Yeah.
All right.
Jesus Christ.
I think...
In the meantime, Bertie, you walk in and like Ellen is like fixing herself a plate of something. She takes a bite and turns around.
He straightens his shirt before he comes in. Like, he like stands at the door, takes a deep breath.
Yeah, she turns with like half a bite of food in her mouth.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Do you want? She puts the plate down. What?
May I sit?
By all means.
I'll cut right to it. Ellen, and may I call you Ellen?
Sure.
Ellen, you know me to an extent. I'm not what you would call a humble man.
She actually like sits up a little straighter. Go on.
But today I come hat in hand, and he kind of adjusts his cloak of the dandy so that there's a hat, and he takes the hat off. Because I need I need your help.
You don't say.
Yeah.
What could you possibly need my help for in Amnoon?
Yeah. I want to wind back the clock 4 or 5 years, maybe 10. How long have you been Inspector?
I was promoted to Inspector about 4 years ago? Maybe?
4 years ago. So you wouldn't have run across me beforehand, and I was better than most kids, so I know you wouldn't have. Did you ever run across a character in Lion's Arch called Big Jim? You wouldn't have had evidence on him. Maybe rumors, whispers, street kids who could pin stuff on, but you could never tie him back to Big Jim.
I mean, the name rings a bell. We may have had
Right.
a file on him.
Right.
I could check with Captain Magnus.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's here, right? I know, craziest thing. He's the owner of the casino, and now I don't know what the file you said you had on him said, but he's not like a reputable guy. He's not a good guy, regardless of even if he's changed now, he's not a good guy, right? And you're good at catching criminals and uncovering nefarious things, and I'm more specialized in doing those things. And I guess I need your help in terms of where, if somebody like this is hiding a criminal enterprise in a casino, where are we going to look and find that? Because I need this.
You want me to tell you where a criminal would hide his evidence if he was operating in a casino?
Yeah, you're an inspector. Hit me with your best shot. I mean, they came to me and said, you want me, Bertie the Bard, to kill a dragon. And I said, sure. So, come on. I mean, think outside the box here, Alan.
What kind of crimes do you think he's committing? Like, is he cheating at the games, you mean?
No,
like,
no,
is it
no.
not an honest casino?
No, he's probably, I don't know. Human trafficking, maybe?
Human trafficking?
I mean, drugs. Do they allow drugs in Amnon?
I mean, some, but not all.
Well, maybe the some,
I mean, if I was a criminal, I certainly wouldn't keep my goods in my front.
Right.
If I had a legitimate business licensed by the city,
right,
I'd probably have a warehouse somewhere or
warehouse,
a ship. I mean,
right.
if it was LA or here, I suppose probably a ship at the docks or even an island offshore. I mean, you'd have to have a big network for something like that, though. Like,
he's got
ships,
a big network.
Smugglers,
Ellen.
traders. Well, they probably got the evidence then.
But how do we tie it back to him?
Well, I mean, that's the $1 million question. Million gold piece question. If you could just wave your magic wand and get the truth, you know, they wouldn't have a need for us. You're talking about years of investigation, undercover operatives.
Wait a
Send
second.
somebody in disguised as Hamasine. Have them join the Hamasine and follow it for a couple of months.
But you just said if I could wave my magic wand and get someone to spill the truth.
Sure. I mean...
Okay. It's not outside the realm of possibility, Ellen.
I guess for you guys it might not be. Just be careful where you go slinging spells in a city, because it's not always legal, as you well know.
This isn't about legal or not legal, Ellen. This is about right and wrong. Okay?
Raises an eyebrow at you.
All right. How have you caught these guys in the past, right? I mean, is it a piece of paper with a name on it? Is it a fucking snitch who's willing to tell the truth? I mean, what's
Oh, sometimes. Sometimes we have informants. Sometimes a pirate captain crosses the wrong member of the crew and they turn evidence for us. You know, we take their testimony and we search their ship and then we find some sort of illicit good on their ship. Or we have someone pose as a member of their crew and find out when they're going to be at a certain location doing something and we catch them in the act, flush them out. There are all sorts of ways to catch a criminal, Bertie, but it's a delicate business. You can't just kick down the door and arrest him. You have to have evidence, and evidence takes time.
That's something. Fuck. Ellen.
Yeah. It may not be easier fighting elder dragons, but at least it's more straightforward.
Yeah, you're telling me. Yeah. So you're saying what I should do is make someone fucking squeal and then impersonate someone else to find the evidence and track it back to this guy, yeah?
Maybe not necessarily in that order. You know, I mean, you don't want to go put the whammy on someone who's innocent.
Maybe.
Unless you want lashes again.
I'll take it, Ellen. This is right and wrong. All right. Well, fuck.
The trick is knowing who's going to have the information.
Well, if I know anything, it's that the street kids will know something. And Bertie's going to turn and kind of whip his cape around and head out the door.
Brina, you hear the door open forcefully and Bertie struts out and you just hear the faintest from inside.
I think like 30 seconds.
Bren is just like, whoa!
I think Brina was in the
Bertie,
middle
as
of
you-
telling Bren, just like... So he's like this little guy, and it's a script named Meepak, and the whole time he's running around, yellow corn, and then I think Bertie slams out through the door.
Brina,
so
we're going.
Like a passcode.
Alright,
Okay, well, it was good to meet you.
So nice to meet you, Bren. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, Bertie, do you have a card? He's walking away. We'll go out. We'll link up. Okay, bye.
Okay.
Wait, how did it go? Did you guys talk heart to heart?
Oh, she said, we need to find evidence, and there's probably some offshore account where these things are being held, a warehouse, a ship, and you gotta find that and tie it back to this guy, which just sounds fucking hard. I'll tell you, Brina.
You did suggest you want to, investigate and find the dirt on him, and there's.
So here's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
You can stay here. I am going to, he casts he uses Cape of the Dandy, and his clothes become like kind of rat-a-tat kind of thing. Just like common, not like not ratty, but common.
Filthy.
I'm gonna go talk to the street kids. I'm gonna get the shit out of them. We're gonna find one that's willing to tell me something for the right fucking price, and then that'll give us step A. Yeah?
All right, step A. Also, wait. I want to see those street children. What am I supposed to do? Go back and hang out with
Tina,
Brian?
I hate to tell you this. Your girth is going to scare the street children. They're very small, and they're frightened easily, right?
Sounds like
Your
they're not
large,
very
imposing figure, okay?
nice. I'm nice and fun. Boo-hoo. Not very
All
resilient
right.
street children if they're scared of a single Norn.
All right, I'll
In the
allow it.
free city of Anun. I'm just a little.
All right, we've got to go find the street kids, and I don't need the little low life street kid who's just running errands. I need to find out which one is relaying the message from Yahoo, who's running the show, who's relaying the message through Bingo Bongo, who's relaying the message through our guy, right?
Okay. Yeah, that was a lot of words. Then I'm not super following, but I will
These things
follow
run
you
in a
next.
network. Are you familiar with networks?
British just we'll just walk behind him.
All right. We're gonna go look for a street kid. Don't try to. Can you hunch down like a little bit, just like a touch?
Okay.
Fuck.
Guys
She'll
go.
keep, a distant. She'll do her best to tail Bertie. I think she'll say, "You know what, Bertie? Maybe I will go play amongst myself. I have some shopping to do still, but
No. It's all right. It's all right. Let's just keep a low profile. Keep a low pro, as we would call it in the street kids. Low pro. And we're gonna.
I made jokes about punching the street children, but I really don't want to hit the kids.
No, we're gonna keep it low. And here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna find one. We're gonna find a good egg. All right.
Okay. Low pro eggs on
All
the
right.
street.
It does not take Bertie long to find the seedier part of town, closer to the outer walls where the refugee camps are, and just find like this little gang of ruffians in training. Ranging from like anywhere from like 8 to 13.
The Sandlot crew.
Just running around. Yeah.
And so what Bertie would like to do is in this down by the docks or something, familiar with the ruses and the the scams and the schemes that these kind of kids will pull. He knows well enough that there's the kids who execute the ruse. And then there's the kid back in the alley who's told them that there's your mark.
Yeah.
Go get them.
Yeah.
And he wants to find that kid. Yeah.
So you find a couple of pickpockets, and you've done this long enough. You know the signs. You know where to look for them. It's the edge of the market where things get a little seedy, but people still feel comfortable enough to let their guard down. And you with your crazy passive perception, you catch one of these kids doing it, and you just follow them. And eventually, they lead you back to this little T-shaped alley. And at the end of it, there's just these stacks of crates along the side. It looks like the ass end of some kind of storage building. And it's like walking into an alley filled with feral cats, but they're children. And it's you're following the kids far enough, but as you start to make your way down the alley, you start to see heads coming up over the rooftops, little squeaks from the shutters as little kid faces are starting to peek out at you. And eventually, behind some sheets of hanging laundry, sheets and long robes and stuff that are just flapping in the wind, obscuring your vision, you find this little open area with some cut off stumps where people chop firewood and stuff. A couple of wood piles around. You can see it's the back kitchen of some building, and it's simple. It's like a kitchen in name only, where you just make bread in the morning. Just a little tiny stove, but there is a small group of like 7 kids, and you can see other faces around. And these 2 little pickpockets are sort of kneeling on the ground on a little sheet, and they're splaying out just like little trinkets. It's not even really a lot. A couple of coppers, like 2 silver pieces, which everyone's kind of pointing at and going, ooh. A couple of fresh apples, you know, and like the crowning jewel is like a silk scarf that somebody found. It's got like a little hummingbird pattern on it. But sitting on the other side of that little rag is an older girl. Looks like she's maybe 12. Sort of deep caramel colored skin, big thick black eyelashes, hair pulled into a braid that is like a braided mohawk that just runs down the back of her head. It's like pulled tight at the edges. And she's sitting there resting one arm on one leg that's kind of like up akimbo. The other one's just sort of dangling out to the side. She's leaning on the other hand, looking over the wares. She says, not bad. Not bad for an afternoon. You're learning. This is all right. I'll take this. And she grabs the little silk handkerchief. This is nice. I think we could use this later. Take the rest. Go buy yourself something to eat. Then come back. We'll have a nice fire tonight. You have my word. And the other 2 just kind of nod and start scraping up stuff, and they turn and they see you guys. And everything goes real quiet. The girl is sitting down on the ground and just kind of like looks up at you, Bertie. What do you want?
Just want a conversation. I'll pull out a gold piece each and toss it to the two pickpockets, and then I'll toss one to her as well. Just want a conversation.
High roller. Huh. Scat. And the other 2 just bolt around the sides of you. Please, step into my office.
Bertie
The
will
only place
set
to
in
sit is the log.
Yeah, he'll just set up and kind of sit on the ground, crisscross applesauce. Yeah.
Like the street kids.
Kind of pop down. Yeah. What's your name? I'm Bertie.
Mysura.
Mysura. What are you, 12, 13, 14?
Why do you care?
How long you been doing this? You're good at it, right?
I am.
Well, you got picked up when you were what? 8, 9?
Oh, you know me so well. You're breaking my heart. What do you want? Crichton?
Yeah, true enough, right? Yeah.
Certainly not from around here. You look like you've turned into a burnt potato if you spend too much time in the sun.
I need information. And I, having been one of you in the past, know that the only people who know jack shit in this town are those like yourself. Tell me I'm wrong.
Wrong?
Yeah. So.
What do you want to know?
I want to know about Zalambur. And I know that's a big name. I know that...
Casino.
Yeah, I want to know about the casino. And I know... Well... I happen to know that the owner has to be getting shipments of something from somewhere and trafficking that somewhere. And I know you might know where.
Well, he certainly doesn't run it by me. And even if he did, do I have a tail? Do I have long front teeth? I'm not a rat.
Bertie pulls out a bag. And he throws it on the ground. That is 1,000 gold pieces.
Woo!
Now, what would a rat do for 1,000 gold pieces?
You hear whispers and chittering all around you.
No.
She kind of looks up. everywhere.
this
You...
I have been where you have been. And let me tell you that the next meal does not come free. That is a way out.
She leans forward and opens the pouch, and her eyes kind of go wide for a second. She looks around at the obscured faces.
I know.
Pulls it over, and there's this heavy sound of coins kind of scraping across the ground. She
that
pulls the sack
it's like
off
100
again.
platinum. Yeah. But like, I know that deep down, I know you wouldn't admit it, and I know you don't show it, but I know that you're afraid.
I fear nothing except letting all of these little faces down. What do you want to know?
I just need to know how he's getting his shit. Where he's getting it.
In place everyone gets their shit from the Corsairs.
Right, but that's not enough. I need a name. I need somebody that I can go talk to, that I can squeeze. And if you give me the information I know you know.
Look, Zalambur, he does not let me into his confidence. I don't run his fucking business with him. Alright? I sometimes go, he gives me letters, I deliver them. This I know. And I know the ink disappears later.
And you're
Sometimes
telling
I take
me
them to the docks, sometimes I take them to the refugee camps. One time I delivered the letter to the Temple of Cormyr.
And you're telling me that you have not once looked inside these letters?
Of course I've looked in the letters. I don't know what they mean. I'm 12.
Right. Do you remember any salient details?
He tells people where to deliver things, when the payments will be made, and who to contact for other things. I mean, there are lots of messages.
Right.
His contact at the docks is named Agasaya. She sails on a Corsair ship, the Leviathan.
Okay, that's something. That's progress. That's progress. That's a name. Agasaya at the docks on the Leviathan. Do you recall who you delivered a letter to at the Temple of Cormyr?
That would be Zelka.
And what did that letter say? Must have been rare, out of the ordinary, a Temple to the Temple Cormyr letter.
Not really. He gives a lot of money to the temple. They're going into the desert to find some old temple and fix it up, I guess. Zelka was helping coordinate that. I don't know what he wants with it, but he seemed keen on helping them.
And who tells you where to deliver these letters or where to pick them up? Who's your boss?
I check in
With?
every week or two with the lady at the front desk of the Sahil. Or the man. Sometimes there is a man there. He's pretty cute.
And do you have any idea what these shipments that come in from the outside world contain?
All sorts of things. Spices, metals, jewels, coins, weapons. Sometimes it's weird things in boxes that don't look Elonian. They're like old and have barnacles on them. They
That's
always
good.
treat those like they're delicate, though. They pack them in
Right.
crates with lots of straw.
And there's got to be a warehouse around here somewhere, right? Do you know where the warehouse is?
I don't know of a warehouse. When the Corsairs bring shipments in, they usually go, I think, to where they're delivered. Whoever ordered them, or whoever wants them, I suppose. It's not part of the business that I'm involved in. I just deliver messages.
And they come in normally on the Leviathan ship, yeah?
They come in on lots of ships. But Agasaya works on the Leviathan, and she's the one I deliver letters to. The Corsairs have many ships.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's something, I guess. Can I just do an insight check to see if she's like leaving anything else on the table, or?
Yeah.
It's a 23.
Yeah, she seems extremely nervous, and her eyes keep flickering around to all the other faces. You gather that she is not comfortable with what she is doing right now. But 100 platinum is something you're not going to say no to in her position.
Well, I already forget her name. What was her name?
Mysura.
Misura. Well, Mysura, I appreciate what you've done. I hope you take that money and get out of here, There's nothing for you in the Free City.
It is my home.
Go to Lion's Arch. Yeah, I know.
Someday, I will be the captain of a Corsair ship, and the seas will be mine to roam. No one in my crew will be hungry. She looks around as she says that. No one.
How much does it cost to buy a ship?
Put a down payment on it.
A lot. I
But
would say,
rough ballpark?
if memory serves, it depending on the ship, it can be between like 10 and 50,000.
Damn.
I'm gonna have to sell the tavern.
Yeah.
There goes Teva's sheep farm.
There's 1,000 gold to get you started. Feed your crew. Build them a fire. Share it. Yeah?
Tonight, we feast. But we never had this conversation.
Well, obviously.
It's under equipment.
10,000 gold for a sailing ship.
Thanks.
You can do 10,000.
I can't do 10,000, unfortunately. I do not have that much money.
Oh.
Wow, that's actually a shock.
Well, actually, just kidding. I do have that much. I'd have to sell a couple things. But, yeah. 1,000 is a good price for now.
Rita's gonna set the little Choya figurine down, just like closer to her, and just be like, for your ship someday. Small, cute, but bites.
Gives you a wicked grin.
Oh, the street rat.
All right.
Eventually, you are all able to meet up once again. It kind of ends up like everyone's roaming the city looking around, and it occurs to everyone like, let's just go back to the place we had the conversation. And eventually you all kind of arrive there. And once again, the Trollskull Six are together. At this point, it's probably getting on about like 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right.
So, I think we just plant some evidence.
Oh, honestly, Kalla, that's
right.
really good.
None of the criminals
So-
hate this guy, so nobody's gonna talk.
There's
Yeah.
a big
Well, I
fucking
actually
door
did
in
get some
there.
people to talk. I know that Agassiya at the docks on the Leviathan,
Oh,
she's gotten a lot of letters from Zalambur. She's taken shipments of something. Apparently, there are some boxes that are really old that look like they've got barnacles on them that they treat very carefully. They're not Alonian. Something that they're smuggling into the city or at least transporting in. Does anybody know what might be
yeah.
old and... Oh, Kalla?
They're not gonna tell you about Zalambur because he's their fence.
Right, but they're fenced for what? I don't know. The old
Or
boxes
his
with
stuff.
barnacles on. Is that illegal?
Probably.
I mean, it was in LA.
As you all recall, Zardoz Zord controlled the smuggling of Orion artifacts into Kryta through
Right.
Lion's Arch because it was very illegal to own them because most of them tended to be cursed or somehow weirded out, like corrupted. That was part of Zardoz's bargain when he took you guys to retake
Right.
Law Island, was he would be legally allowed to do it.
Is that... And that's illegal here, as far as I know?
As far as you know.
All right, Galatar, you're gonna go talk to the chief of police again, figure out if that's illegal or not.
If we can't, like, tie that to Zalambur, though, that's just gonna piss off the Corsairs, which... Probably not a great idea, because I just joined their crew.
Oh, fuck, Kalla. Go-
Wait, like later?
I ship out in 3 days, so...
Jesus Christ.
Kalla! What the hell?
When were
dude?
you
We
gonna
gotta
tell
fight
us
a
this, huh?
dragon.
You don't really have to like moonlight if you need
Well,
money.
we should just probably not be in town then.
We split up for one afternoon. You've already joined a new fucking war
I mean,
band,
where's the
bro.
loyalty, huh?
Come on. Hop on a ship all this sudden.
I'm obviously not gonna do it.
Alright, well you
Okay.
did go fast.
We could just sink the ship.
We could take the ship. I would be sad if you left in 3 days, Kalla.
Do you think we need to check out the Leviathan?
Sure.
I mean,
Kalla,
we
you're a
could,
member.
but I mean, if it doesn't tie back to Zalambur somehow, that doesn't help. Get him arrested and...
Bertie, do you want him arrested? Or
I want him broken.
okay.
Broken people don't necessarily just go to jail. Like that doesn't. You didn't get broken from your time in jail.
It's true.
what would
But I
break
had
you?
things waiting for me on the outside.
So we
If I had
decide-
nothing waiting for me on the outside, I would be broken when I got out.
Well, let's be real here. You would still use your charm and your wit to rebuild. So we would need to crush that in some manner. Like, if,
Right,
for
you're right.
instance,
We need
cut
to
out
crush
your
his
voice
spirit.
box.
What
Yes.
exactly does this painting do?
Who the fuck cares,
Yeah.
Kalla? He cares about it.
I feel
Right.
like it matters because
Painting is gone.
literally everyone likes this guy, which is weird, right?
Right. Well,
not
he's
very
paying all
likable.
of them.
Plus, didn't you guys say he had the anti-scry thing or whatever? Maybe he's into, I don't know.
And Alexa, you said the
Friendship,
painting is
man.
gone. What the fuck does that mean?
Right, there's clearly one painting here and no painting here.
Oh, well, fuck. I guess, yeah, I'll take the blame for that one. Fuck me.
But it could
My
be
mouth
behind
got
that
the better
door
of me,
that I couldn't get
and
around.
oh, good. Well, that's a good sign. I'll admit my mouth got the better of me probably, and that is the first time that has happened.
Today, yes, absolutely, I agree.
So, what are we gonna do? Let's get a game plan together.
Well, I have a decent, like, I have a strong feeling that I can get back to the treasure room with a teleport spell.
Yeah?
So we can at least get to the room suddenly.
Now, Kalla, how many more bags of holding? Alexa, how much treasure's in the room? And Kalla, how many bags of holding do we need to get all of it? All of it.
We need the demiplane.
Oh, word.
All right, we'll take the demiplane. Galatar will get the demiplane. I want a clean house in here.
We gotta get
And frankly,
that other
we'll
door,
just give
though.
it out to the street kids afterwards. I don't give a fuck about having the money. I just don't want him to have it. All right?
But maybe that would be your department, Kalla, because magically I did solve some of that. But there is another layer of magic that I couldn't see.
Bit of a redistribution of wealth, mayhaps?
Yeah.
Nothing that rich people hate more than...
Now, if there's a big door, I have my marvelous pigments. I could try to paint a hole in that door.
I can probably pick the lock.
All right, this is a plan. This sounds like a plan. All right, we can work with that. Anybody else? Any other things we can do to improve our odds here? I mean, maybe we start a fire somewhere in the casino and get the people out. I just want to throw that out there.
I feel like that would cause more of a problem for us.
Well, it
if
depends
my house
on
were on
collateral
fire,
damage.
I'd run to my treasure room. You know, grab stuff before it burned.
What if
Bertie, you have to scry on that fucking painting since you saw it.
I can't scry, so that's problem solved
the orb.
there. Oh, I do have a crystal orb. I would need to reattune to that.
The crystal orb that's in
although
your
I
hand.
guarantee you can't scry on it in that room. If you couldn't get into it in ethereal, I'm sure I couldn't scry on it.
But that's why you have to try. Or give me the orb and later.
Yeah, you can have the orb. I'll hand the orb to her. Oh, I've seen the orb. You haven't seen. Oh,
right. I haven't seen it. Right. Derp.
Minor illusion. A picture of that painting.
Yeah, you can easily do a little minor illusion. It'll fit in the box size. So
yeah, there you go. Now you've seen this painting.
You can't scry on an object.
Oh, that's right. We keep going over this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can scry on the room though, inside the room perhaps or something.
I think it's
I've already seen
a place you've seen.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
What if? All right. So that's plan A. Is perhaps teleport into that room and try to break in. Plan B. I disguise myself as Zalambur, go into his office. Then, whenever I find him, dominate his mind. Once I've we gotta get that amulet off him, but that shouldn't be too difficult. And have him open the vault.
If you're waiting for him in his office and he comes in past the guards that saw him go into his office already.
Yeah, I'm not trying to knock down your plans, but that's a pretty good point.
Seems like a kind of a grade 2 paradox that you'd be aware of.
Yeah.
I mean, if we get that amulet off him, boom, he's done for, right?
Yeah. Then we'd be able to find out where he is.
Yeah.
Maybe we
So,
do you have a timeline on this, Bertie?
as soon as possible.
Well, 3
Yeah.
days, because if we're still here, then Kalla has to
Kalla's
ship
got
out.
to go to the ocean. Shit, you're
Right.
right. Yeah.
She done got herself drafted or some shit.
Damn it.
Kalla, did the people at the Corsairs did they recognize you? Do you think?
No, I don't think so. Did it seem like they recognized me?
You don't know.
I mean, they
What-
didn't
what's your-
seem very nervous about me being there, so I feel like they didn't know
True.
me.
They didn't know they should be nervous.
Okay.
It would be.
Other option. What if we play like a double play here, right? I'm a great gambler. If I go in to this casino and start winning such absurd amounts of money that Zalambur can't help but turn his attention towards me and use that as a distraction to get you all into the vault.
And we steal the things.
And you steal
Can't
the
we
things.
just go in the vault without a distraction?
You just want to win.
I guess, yeah.
Like-
I mean, if you think Alexa could teleport us in there,
Yeah.
I think that, yeah.
90% confidence.
And we think for
90%
certain
confident.
that the painting is now just in the vault.
Yeah, it's got to be.
In the-
Big
in the
Jim's a fucking
second-
coward.
Yeah.
You think he wouldn't take it somewhere else? Like he would literally just take it off the wall and put it in basically the same room, just behind another door.
No, he's not that
Yeah.
smart.
It was a really tough door if I couldn't even get it from the
Hmm.
ethereal plane.
Well, we don't know what resources this man has here. I just don't want us to underestimate him.
I mean, even if the painting's not in there, there's gotta be good shit in there, right?
And frankly, I'll say it. If we have to, we'll kill him. It's fine. You know?
We should probably try not to murder sovereign people and nations.
Hey, what are we going to do? So here's the question. Once we have all this stuff, right?
Mm,
I think most of it we could just hand it out to the people. No trace back to us, right? The painting, though, we do need, and we'll have to conceal somewhere. Okay?
Yeah. Demi-plane?
Right.
Demiplane, maybe. Yeah, that could work.
It's like the biggest bag of holding.
Right.
Think about it.
Yeah, it no longer has a giant diamond duck in it.
Where do you... Like... Okay. What
Oh,
happened?
you're right, Brina. If I stunned him with an extremely powerful spell, then I could take his necklace off, and then I could turn his brain to scrambled egg.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good idea.
Is he like a magic using guy?
No, not even.
Why don't we
No.
just shove him in a demi-plane, close the door, and then you impersonate him for a while to embarrass him?
Yeah, poop your pants.
Oh, that is good, Kalla. That is a good plan, and I'm very proud of you.
We've got 3 days. You can do a lot in
Wow.
3 days.
Yeah, you
That
could just
is
let
a
us into
really-
the treasure room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cancel all his appointments
Mm.
and I don't know, fight the deputy man with his face.
Yeah, refuse to
Ooh.
work with Corsairs anymore. Piss off the council.
Right.
Then when everybody's coming for him and we've taken all his gold, we just drop him back in there.
Mm-hmm.
I like that idea, Kalla. That is ruthless and brutal, and that is what I'm looking for. in this discussion. Okay, very good. Any other ideas along those lines?
I mean, I just want you to be happy, Bertie. That's all I want for you.
Thank you, Kitri. I appreciate the sentiment.
Put we put bees in his office.
Okay, that's not bad, Brina. Keep thinking for sure.
Is he allergic to anything?
No, nothing.
Play some mind games,
like
make him think he's losing his mind
Drawing
gently.
dick on his face with the pig.
I guess we can't really play the long
big
game
dick.
because, like you said, unless Kalla wants to. Why exactly did you want to join the Corsairs, Kalla?
Well, I was on their ship and I just didn't want to piss them all off.
Uh-huh.
You know when you're at like a job fair and then you sign up for like 7 jobs because you don't want to be rude, and you end up.
I've never been to a job fair. I've never actually had a job. I guess this is my job.
I forgot you were just born like 20 minutes ago.
Gee.
No, it's a rite of passage for all Sylvari and anyone who lives in Darius to go to a job fair.
Oh my god.
You know in WoW Week where you just end up with a bunch of fucking pamphlets?
I joined 7
Like that.
clubs.
I joined 7 clubs.
They all
and
meet at
also
the same
Corsairs.
time.
I like the identity theft plan.
That one was pretty wild out of left field.
It's really good. That's really good. And I think it's doable.
But we have to kidnap him, which is not gonna be easy now, thanks to Bertie. We had easy mode selected, and then he said, fuck that, let's play hard mode.
Yeah. And again, my mouth betrayed me. And that is the second time that has happened ever, as far as I can recall. So my apologies there.
So what is the plan?
At dawn.
Your DM asks you?
At dawn?
I'm thinking teleport into his bedroom in the middle of the night, open the demi plane, kick him in there, and then.
Oh god, I don't
Straight up
like
jump
that
him.
plane.
We didn't find I didn't find a bedroom, did I?
Correct.
Yeah, we didn't find a bedroom.
His office then,
Found his
and just
office,
hope
though, yeah.
he goes in there at some point.
Right, just hang out in his office
Yeah.
all night.
And just fucking jump him. Shank his ass. I'm just get him. Stuff him in the demi plane.
I mean, we could. The treasure room. There's gotta be something behind that fucking door.
There's definitely the paintings behind that fucking door, obviously.
I don't think the painting left the building yet.
No.
I hope. If the building left the.
I also could probably cast locate object. I just need to
Wait a
prepare
sec. Well, it's got to be lead lined. There's no,
If I can't get through in the ethereal plane.
Yeah.
But if
I wonder if those are. Remember when I walked into? So I walked into his office, and there were these glass cases of objects, and I would be willing to put money. And Alexa saw them as well. I guarantee those are Orion.
Would I have any idea of the black and whiteness of the ethereal world? Because it's not like I'd see
Make an investigation check for me.
also
I would say make it a disadvantage because you're right. It would have been weird.
Yeah, it's not perfect.
21.
Oh, 21. Wow.
21. Shit. Actually, so you took a quick look as you passed them all by because you're moving fairly slowly. One of them looked like a ring, but it was 2 rings side by side connected by a horizontal bar, so almost like a sling ring from Doctor Strange, you know. And it was sitting on a little metal rod, kind of holding it in the air, and it had all sorts of like engravings all around it. The second one was what looked like a tablet about the size of like a Kindle, made of some sort of black crystal. The third one was, it literally looked like a rose in that container, but it was made of crystal. And with your 21, it was made of brand crystal.
Oh, you can't have that shit. I'm sure that's gotta be fucking illegal.
I would say as close as you got with that investigation check, that's probably what you would be able to recall or deduce.
Okay. I like the infiltrate as imposters. Infiltrate, dominate, and extract. Okay? How are we feeling about that?
Deal.
Yeah.
Now,
I feel
I'm
like
not
it's
gonna
probably gonna
lie,
go super well.
everyone. Based on the evidence we found against him, which is jack fucking shit, what we're doing is entirely illegal. There's, you know, absolutely nothing here that is supporting our legal claim to do this. With that said, how are we feeling?
I mean, he still seems like a pretty crummy guy.
Well, yeah, that's true, but you know, we'll get the.
I
We'll be the
don't
ones arrested.
necessarily want to I don't want to say that I'm scared of Ellen, but
Right. Yeah.
I don't want to make her mad, I guess.
I am scared of disappointing her.
We should try to keep disappointment to one continent.
What?
Also, I want us to, you know, maybe ideally, I don't know, I don't want to get thrown in jail before we go kill the last dragon, and then it's like the world is doomed because we couldn't be patient.
Right.
I don't know. It would be
I don't
kind of
know.
funny if the world ended and we're just in jail.
Right.
I also personally don't really want to go to jail, but you know.
It's not so bad.
really-
you know, 3 square meals a
Actually
day.
think they
so.
can keep me in
Yeah,
jail
I'm
even
not
if they
really
tried.
sure if it's
Possible to put this in jail?
reasonable that we can be arrested.
Yeah, I would love to see someone try, not to sound audacious. And
This is where
also-
we become the bad guys,
Right.
honestly. So, like,
I think
we can do it
this
because
might be
what
why
are
the
they
pact
gonna
was
do?
worried.
We're gone mad with power. But also, are we gonna get caught?
Maybe. Yeah,
What-
none of our plans have worked yet. So.
I think we've had like 1 out of 20.
Yet, though.
At this point, as you guys are kind of sitting in this public garden, away from people, and it's very noisy, but like sitting here kind of discussing this as the sun begins to wester, you hear a voice, a familiar voice, approaching that says, "Ah, well, I can see you're all hard at work planning on something." And as you turn, you see the Silvari face of Kanak, who is the consortium trade guild representative, the security officer that came with Captain Keel, Inspector Keel.
You might be able to help.
Oh, Kalla, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
By all means.
He's not really a
As
fan.
I can. What can I do for you?
Well, how much does the consortium know about important people here in Amnoon? And illegal stuff going on here?
Sort of looks side to side, takes in the rooftops. The consortium knows very little about such things.
That's disappointing.
I know a bit. What would you ask of me?
Petrie's gonna whisper to Brina and be like, I want to knock boots with him.
Oh my
Brina
god.
just goes, ew.
What?
Nah. Wait, what did we end up rolling for him? I thought it was like 6 out of 10.
He was like a 9.
I would say, yeah, Kichi was high, I remember.
He did want to.
Teacher was like, this man.
Brina just cringes at the pun. It was alright.
Sorry, that was distracting. What do you
I only said that to
what do you know
Brina.
about Zalambur?
I am familiar with the owner of the casino, yes. That was a very simple question. I'm glad I could answer it. Does anyone have any follow-ups?
Bertie, do you want to ask if he knows about your benefactor?
Zalambur is definitely dealing in, well, is likely dealing in Orient artifacts. Do you know anything about where they're coming from, or where he's storing them, or how we could fucking make the rat squeal?
Bloated, pompous windbag. I knew he had something to do with that.
With what?
Are you
Elaborate?
sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
90-ish
like,
Pretty sure.
when I say my source, it's gonna seem odd, but like, one, I'm not gonna give him up. I'd fucking die before I gave him up. And two, I trust him. But we're talking old boxes with barnacles that are treated very delicately coming in from ships.
I knew it. He's been cutting into the Orion artifact market for years, making it very difficult for anyone else to get into that sort of business. The consortium, of course, is always open to new trade networks, shall we say. I could never pinpoint what the source of our troubles in this city was before, but I've been suspecting that this creature was responsible. The trade of such artifacts is not illegal per se in Amnoon. It is highly regulated. Zalambur cannot be dealing them legitimately. He must be smuggling them in and somehow selling them on a black market. It's the only way to explain his sudden and staggering growth of wealth. But
Yeah.
tell me, why is it that the Trollskull Six have enmeshed themselves in such a petty complaint? I thought you were here to slay a dragon.
The dragon's petty complaints were like a cleanup crew of sorts.
We just kind of decided we hated the guy.
Well, that is understandable. The unmitigated cheek of that man vexes me. So what is it you plan on doing? Or is reporting this to myself and the inspector the end of your goals?
Well, we were kind of hoping to bring the house down on his head, but it's proving difficult.
How so?
Everybody likes him. The
He's paying the
council,
whole city.
the criminals, everybody.
Well, everyone does love money.
Mm.
Plan A.
Every criminal enterprise must have its weak point.
Well,
Typically,
we have yet to find this one.
Well, we found a locked door we can't get past.
now that sounds promising. typically when you encounter someone who operates at this level, psychological warfare is an excellent place to start. You have to make them understand your position of power over them.
We rob him. Plan A.
If there's something you could take from them of great value, especially something sentimental, you could demonstrate for them that there is nothing that they have that you cannot take away. Shake their confidence to its core.
He leans over to Keetree and is like, damn, maybe I do want to knock boots with this guy. Oh.
I think that is some very good guidance.
And if
And I
in
think we
doing
should-
so you could empty his vault of all of its valuables at the same time, imagine how quickly his enterprise might come crumbling down if he could no longer sustain such a lavish lifestyle. How much goodwill he would lose if he could no longer give to his many, many, many philanthropic endeavors. Everyone loves money. Take the money
I
away,
see.
all that's left is a pompous blowhard.
That's a good point.
Thank you.
I'm surprised I didn't think of it. Well, I think that's a great plan. And Alexa, you're up, hon. Let's do it.
I mean, right,
Uh,
I guess.
Well,
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, right.
but what
here.
did you want?
Oh, yeah.
Are you asking Canon?
Knock. Yeah. I assume you didn't want to just like chat with us.
I was simply checking in on other members of the Crichton delegation. I've seen your group at work before, and it looked like you were struggling.
Ouch.
I
Ouch,
mean,
so hard.
to be fair, that was like a light struggle. You've not
Yeah.
seen us face a door.
Honestly, that was progress, if anything. That was brainstorming session.
Yeah, we've come across like creeks and stuff that have been real.
Winks at you, Alexa. I have seen a great deal more of you than you realize, I think.
What?
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 Oh.
If you are about to embark on some sort of heroic venture, I think I shall take my leave. Good evening. Turns around and just very gracefully walks away.
I think
All
he
right.
can see through the planes.
Oh my
I think
god.
he's just very
Or else he
quiet.
can see through.
They think he's a
sneaky.
pervert.
Probably.
I mean, he's one or the other.
Let's
So I definitely
take...
think he doesn't like you or me, Bryn. I think he really likes Alexa.
Who wouldn't? Hey, babe.
She's great.
Let's take the night. Let's sleep on it. Okay? And tomorrow, everybody get your shit ready. Prepare what you need to prepare. We're gonna break into this fucking vault. We're gonna empty the fucking cash. And that's it. And then we'll watch the fucking dominoes fall. And then at the end, when he's crying and begging not to go to jail, I'm gonna walk up to him and I'm gonna watch Brina punch him in the fucking face.
At dawn we heist. And did
I mean,
that
we
one
can do
really
it right
punch?
now. I've got teleport and demiplane, but if something goes sideways, we're kind of fucked.
So, Alex to Ryan, how long do we think this heist is gonna take? Because it is 9:30.
It is 9:30. Yeah, I was gonna say it's up to you guys. Do you guys want to call this here tonight, and we can schedule another game to do
I'm
the
fine
actual
with the
heist?
pen. Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Probably be best. It's probably not going to take 30 minutes, so yeah, this would be a good place to call it. I'll stop the recording
Alright.
here, and we can schedule the next one.
Oh.
With The
Oh my
assault
God.
on the members' vault.
What the
This
fuck,
is
Canuck,
such
coming in and
That
fucking
was
nice.
horrible
so
ideas.
wild, Ryan. I could not believe you did that.